Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama.
Good morning, my little couch potatoes. We are back with a new trial to watch today, one that many of us have been waiting years to watch, and that is the trials of Kentucky versus Brooks Houck and Joseph Lawson. We're here. We did it. I'm so excited about this trial. If you guys don't know, I did a very, very in-depth deep dive into the disappearance and presumed murder of Crystal Rogers. And this trial that we're about to watch today did happen in late June, early July, but they just released the footage of this like last week. But so Brooks Houck was Crystal's ex-boyfriend and father of her youngest child, and Joseph is some guy that worked for him, and his dad had a separate trial that we will be watching after this one that I did cover, but we didn't actually watch it. I only got my information from the news, which is saying something. So we will be watching Stephen's trial after this one, but I wanted to get to this one first because many of us have been wanting to watch to see what comes out in Brooks Houck's trial. So good morning, Lady in Gray. Are you guys excited to do another trial again? I am. It's been so long because our last one was Karen Reed. And honestly, there really wasn't a lot of trials going on. So I'm pretty excited about it. We're going to be here for like at least 2.5 weeks covering both of these trials. So you will see me Monday through Friday at 10 a.m. for the next couple weeks. I'll be honest, it's just because I don't want to wake up early if I don't have to. School's just around the corner, and then I will have to wake up. So I'm just going to enjoy the end of our summer break. There's Juju being good morning, babes. Good morning. I hope you're doing great. It's that time. Are you excited, Juju? Because I am. I am very excited. Yes, Juju has been waiting to see this as well. Be Lola's mom. Good morning. Look at all of our friends coming around today. I love it. I've missed you guys so much. Good morning, Buffy. Good morning, Dave. About time, right? Hugs to you as well. Hope you're doing great. So today won't be very long. It's going to be about 3.5 hours, maybe, of testimony. Luckily, they already, I think, got rid of the lunch breaks and all of that. Did they get rid of sidebars? I don't know. So we'll see how they go. I haven't watched any of it. I was like, nope. I'm going to wait to watch with all my besties. So the only thing I did watch that I found interesting too when they released all this footage was the 1.5 days of jury selection. Normally we don't get to see that. And they released the whole thing, like with the people there and the questions they were asking them. So I did watch a little bit of that, but not very much. I figured you guys didn't really want to watch all that because it was long. It was long. A lot of them not saying anything for a while. So I was like, you know what? We'll just go to opening statements. Forget about it. But before I get into that, oh, thank you, Angie. My hair looks fabulous. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't get those Morgan curls, but I will someday. So I did want to share it because I love my snacks. Okay. I got all sorts of snacks for this trial. I had to, re-up my snacks. I got pretzels, but my new candy snacks, I got into these last night, and then I had to put them back out here at the desk because I would eat them all if I didn't. But Nerds gummy clusters, oh, you guys. I saw these at the store a couple weeks ago when everybody came in for our live show, and I was like, I wonder what those are. But I was like, I'm not going to buy it. What if I don't like it? And then I was watching Big Brother, and the head of household this week, she got these, and everyone was like, oh my God, they're so good. And I was like, all right, peer pressure. I'm going to get them. And you know what? Freaking amazing. All right. They are crunchy and gummy at the same time, and tangy and sweet at the same time. It's like the best of all the worlds. So I got this one, which is just rainbow flavors. And then Elbow Feet also picked me up the very berry kind. So you're going to see me snacking on those today. Bells asked me, well, we were talking about those and the freeze-dried Skittles. I said, I like these better. So that's my, I guess, snack plug. If the Nerds Gummy Clusters wants to sponsor us, I am available. Oh, you just seen the news clips, Juju? Yeah, me too. So I'm very excited. The fastest way to Buffy's heart is chocolate chip cookies and pretzels and maybe some cake. Those are all amazing things. You know what else I have that Elbow Feet picked up is a pineapple pie. Yeah, a pineapple pie, like an actual pie. And I was like, what? I've never even heard of a pineapple pie. I haven't tried it yet. I'm still thinking about it. I don't like new things. So maybe I'll try some at some point this week and we'll all talk about the pineapple pie because I've never. Are those what Ava kept eating? Probably. Because as I said, I opened some last night and I was like, oh, I'll just have a few. And then I had to get up out of bed, put them out in the living room because I was going to eat them all. Good morning, Kelly P, another bestie. Good morning. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay. You'll pass on the pineapple pie. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why I'm thinking that would be the most disgusting thing I ever had. Like, how could it be bad? It's just, I don't like when things are weird. I did have 2 BLTs in the last 2 weeks with mayo. It's the only way I'll eat that. So I've been a little adventurous in my trying new things. So I'm not trying to push myself too much. Pie. Yeah, we got pie this week. We got pie. We got snacks. But look, we're just getting right back to our old ways, and I love it. You don't like fruit. Okay. You know what? I don't like apples. Apples are overrated, in my opinion. But I like a lot of fruit. No bananas. No bananas for T squared. We do not like them. Have them all. Oh, yes. You can. Not a big fruit fan either, Demi. That's right. Our lovely Buffy/Demi is here. All right, you guys. Well, let's get into it. If you haven't yet, please hit the like button. And if you're just listening and you're new, please subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss when we go live. This week, I'll be here every morning, Monday through Friday at 10 a.m. And we'll probably be, between 3 to 5 hours every day. And then Thursday night, we do have True Crime and Wine Time, our podcast that we record live on YouTube and then put out into the podcast world. And this week, we're covering the story of John List at 8 p.m. this Thursday. So I should probably have somebody. I don't think I have anybody lined up to do that with me. Somebody's going to be getting some DMs later. Anyway. All right. You smashed the like button, Juju. Love that. Oh, yeah. How did your date go the other night, Kelly P? Do tell. All right. It's been a while. Let me get my stuff set up. There's my little llama. And I didn't make a banner, but I'll make one as we start. That's fine. Okay. Oh, it's happening. You guys, I've been following this case for quite a few years, not as long as some of the others. Because remember, this is like a 10-year-old case. It's just so weird to think that it's happening and that we're going to watch it. So I'm going to do that. I'm also going to boost the volume. I don't know if we need it, but we'll see. This is the best we got to work with. I got closed caption up. Oh, no, let's go back down a little bit. Okay, well, there, that's what's happening. All right, let's test out this audio, shall we? kind of loud. I think we're just going to lower that a little bit. Now, they didn't allow actual cameras in the courtroom. All footage is from the courtroom. So I think we do get to see the witness stand. So
all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated.
Are we good hearing it?
Counsel waive the call.
Yes. Yes.
Is the Commonwealth ready to do its opening statement?
We are, Judge.
Proceed when you're ready.
Hi, Kathy. Oh, I love that for you, Kelly. The judge's accent is
Please,
everything.
Judge, counsel. Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Are we good on volume, you guys?
The judge has told you that the parties have an opportunity to tell you a little bit about this particular case.
Thank you.
You've heard some things in voir dire, and you'll hear some more about this particular case. Both myself and the defense will have an opportunity. Before doing so, my colleague, Mr. Young, talked to you during voir dire about a number of important matters, as did Mr. Butler and his. One of the most important assets you bring into this courtroom is your God-given common sense. It helps you address problems, resolve issues every day. Make sure that that's with you throughout this particular trial in your deliberation. Whatever that decision you make, use your common sense and it'll bring you to a true conviction. In this case,
Oh, no.
this is a sad case. Very sad. A young woman, 35 years old, with 5 children, disappeared. We believe the evidence will show she disappeared on the evening of July 3rd, 2013, at a farm that Brooks Houck and his family owned, had livestock on, cattle. As she disappeared there in the evening hours of July the 3rd. Nor has she been seen or heard from her friends, family, anyone for near 10 years.
That's great.
We believe the evidence
I think I may
will
have
show
one.
from your common sense, from your God-given common sense, that she's died. And died at the hands of cruel murder. Let me bring you back to talk about this story. It was somewhere a few weeks before she died. There are 2 people who are talking. They're at a job site. Mr. Houck owns businesses that involve in construction, rental. They're at a construction site. There's a fellow there that works with Mr. Houck. He's kind of a gopher, does various things. His name is Danny Silver. We'll be hearing from Danny later this week, probably in our trial. And he's talking to Rosemary Houck. Rosemary Houck is the mother of Brooks Houck. And this is the beginning of this conversation of the conspiracy that caused the death of this young woman. Rosemary Houck approached Danny and asked if he could help her find someone who will get rid of Crystal.
Oh, that's his mom. Yeah.
He tells her, if you got enough money, you can get anything done. That was the beginning of this conspiracy to kill Crystal. We moved forward just a short period to July the 3rd. Remember, I mentioned July the 3rd. That time, that day, is going to be important. Some factors more important than others. Crystal's at home that morning on July the 3rd of 2015. They're 10 years from now.
I wonder what the numbers flashing on the screen mean.
Eli with her, some other kids. She has 5 children.
Oh, there we go.
Eli was born of their relationship between Crystal and Brooks Houck. He was 2.5 at the time. They're at the house, like a lot of children, my grandchildren. Was playing with her phone, games and having fun with it, and they're talking. Christina Holly is a good friend of hers. They've known each other, loved each other for a long time. They're talking, and she leaves. Crystal has some errands to run. She's got to take care of, in her work with Mr. Houck, she takes care of some of the rental property for him. Make sure their rental payments are made, shows people houses, and Mr. Houck has allowed other people to rent into. So she's taking care of some of that. We're still July the 3rd. We're moving into the afternoon of that day. She goes into Walmart with the kids, with Eli, I think one of the other children. And she runs into Amanda Greenwell, another good friend, a person she's shared apartments with, known each other and loved each other for a long time. They're talking, as we often do when we run into a friend. How is everything going? While they're talking, she gets a couple phone calls, and one from Brooks Houck. They're going to have a kids-free romantic evening. Crystal's looking forward to it. She's thrilled. They've had a rough patches in their relationship, but she's excited about the opportunity. Kids will be, all of them will be taken care of, and they're going to go out by themselves. As oftentimes people in those relationships do. So she's excited about it. She has to take care of some rental property that afternoon up to about 5:30. Brooks Houck comes to the house. We rent now around 4 or 5. He gets some gas on his tractor, cuts some grass at some of his properties. Crystal gets there. Other than Eli, the other kids are all with other grandparents or fathers. So they're looking forward to their get together. We're up around 7 o'clock now, 7:15, thereabouts, on July the 3rd. They didn't go out to a romantic get-together that night. No, That's not where they went. They went to Houck Farm. That's the farm I mentioned to you, owned by the Houcks. It's outside Bardstown, off 49, the route is. They get to the farm about 7:30. We'll know that. You'll hear that evidence here in just a short while.
Right. Can't pay parking tickets. He needs to be on a payment plan.
Now, we're at the farm.
Ugh.
What we know about what goes on there comes from several sources, important sources. Sources that you will need to use your common sense to listen to the evidence. But what happens there, we believe, she's lost and dies. They leave that farm and head home around midnight. I'm going to tell you a little bit about those hours on the farm. But let's move forward for a moment. It's near midnight. He's going to leave. Before he leaves, around the same time, there's a phone call. There's a phone call from Joy Lawson to his father, Steve Lawson. It's nearly 3 minutes in length. Near midnight. Brooks Houck is in his truck. He's moving now, heading back to his home. It's 12:07, just a few minutes after midnight. He gets a call. 13-second call. 13 seconds. He has a conversation with Steve Lawson. 13 seconds, that call. I emphasize that to you. You're going to be hearing about that. Detective Snow is going to talk to you about that when he testifies. And he's going to tell you that call was 13 seconds. And then we're going to put evidence on. I'm going to talk about some of this location evidence in a moment. We're going to put evidence on that after that phone call, Steve Lawson drives out the Bluegrass Parkway to a 14-mile marker on the Bluegrass Parkway. You may have heard some of that in Board Hour. Several people mentioned that you're familiar with that Bluegrass Parkway. Runs from E-Town to Lexington. Why is the 14-mile marker? Why is that important? Crystal had a maroon automobile. The automobile was left abandoned at the 14-mile marker. Wasn't parked next to her house, Brooks Houck house, at 10:30. You're going to hear witnesses who saw that car that night at 10:30, parked at the 14-mile marker. And Steve Lawson, after his phone call from his son Joey, after the 13-second phone call to Brooks Houck, he takes off to that 14-mile marker. Turns around and comes back to Bardstown that same night, a few minutes. You're going to hear witnesses who knew Steve Lawson and Joey Lawson tell you under oath that those two men admitted to moving that car for money.
But if it was broken down at 10:30, why did he not go pick him up until after 12?
We don't know.
I think that'd be very risky.
3 or 4 days before he drives this car out of the Houck farm, he puts the darkest tint he can on the windows of his truck. It's not a coincidence. We believe the evidence will show that she wasn't in that truck. She wasn't going home with them. And they needed to tint that window to make sure other people didn't see an empty seat there.
Oh boy, yes.
They come home, her car's not parked in at that house. It's sitting abandoned miles down the highway. This Brooks Houck does not call the police, doesn't make any effort at all to find out what in the world happened to my girlfriend's car. At 10:30, it is seen. At 10:30, somebody moved that car. Who moved it? Joey Houck and his father, Joey Lawson. Excuse me, I apologize. Joey Lawson and Steve Lawson moved that car. Why they move it? Common sense will tell you. Moving that car was part of getting rid, quote unquote, of Crystal. Let's move forward. Now, at this point, you know some facts in this case that you'll be hearing about on that evening of July the 3rd into the morning of the 4th. Brooks Houck talks to the police. By July the 5th, a couple days later, people over the 4th of July, the family is terrified. We've all had children, a lot of us sitting here, most of you are far younger than I am. They're scared to death. Crystal has her children, her family with her all the time. She has her cell phone with her, has friends call and keeps in touch with her children, her mom, her dad. The children are always with her. You'll hear the friends say that. That cell phone, her purse, and her keys are sitting in the seat of her car. When the police, actually it's the family who first saw the car, police came. We're July the 5th now, and they find this car. It's abandoned. Has a flat tire on it. Abandoned at the 14-mile marker.
I just realized I was on mute.
Looking towards the west, towards Elizabethtown.
I was saying that Sherry is right
flat
behind
tire
that guy in the
back
blue.
and
That
on the
guy,
back tire.
Sherry's right behind him. Can't miss
Crystal's
those bangs.
nowhere to be
Love 'em.
seen. but I omitted a couple of points. Before the July 5th. One of them is Brooks Houck is moving from the Houck farm to his home. And he makes a little diversion. It's at the old Kentucky home campsite. Some of you have probably seen it. Lots of people stay there. He pulls into that parking lot 12:15, 12:18 at night. We don't know for what reason. We don't know exactly how those articles of hers got into the car after it was abandoned. You'll be hearing evidence on that. And that evidence, I think, will help you with your common sense of why he diverted off into Old Kentucky home on his way home that night. Why he had tinted windows a couple of days before. We're at July the 5th now. They found the car and the police are worried. This is not she's gone off for a couple of days. She loves her children. She's with those children all the time. She's not going to be away from these children for 2 days. And the police are hearing that and they're worried. So they call Brooks Houck. We need to talk. Brooks Houck tells them that Crystal, himself, and Eli went home that night. Got there about 12:30, give or take a few minutes. He says he goes to bed. He's got to go to work next day. Listen to this. This is an important piece. He says Crystal is playing on her phone at the game while he's going to bed to sleep. Eli's up, running around, and Crystal is on her phone in the house.
Spoiler alert, she is not.
Now, what's the evidence show? What's the evidence show about that? You're going to hear some important information from these experts. We all have cell phones, except I have to keep mine away. It rings all the time. So I just will hold it up. We all have these cell phones nowadays. It's an appendage to us. Even us old guys use them. And they're very helpful. They can also be a problem, but that's not here or there. But she has a cell phone. It is always with her. We have that cell phone now. The police have that cell phone. They're trying to find out what happened to this young woman. It's critical. They're worried. You'll be hearing Detective Snow.
I'm very curious how her stuff ended up in her car, like her purse and her phone and stuff. She would
When
have had
you
that
have your phone,
to the farm. So
the
it's Joseph at the
police
farm.
use phones, cell phones. They're a critical piece of evidence in virtually every criminal trial.
Because her car was not at the
Certainly in the
farm.
last 10 years or more. Why is it critical? They provide location evidence. Couldn't do that with the old phones. You couldn't track somebody on the old phones we had, but you can produce evidence about where that phone is and whether it was operational or not.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have experts come in here and tell you a critical piece of information. Crystal's phone that night. Somebody was playing on it at early hour, around 7:30, 8. Could have been Eli who was playing with her cell phone, Crystal's cell phone. One of her friends will be here in a little while this morning, and she'll tell you that. Her phone shut down, off, dead, 9:27 p.m. Gone. That completely contradicts what Brooks told Detective Snow on the 5th of July. That I went to bed, she's playing with a cell phone on a game. That didn't happen. That expert's going to come in here and tell you that never happened. That phone was not operational.
He's doing all right.
After 9:27.
Slow.
Somewhere right before about time he was moving out, there's a 2-second hit on that phone, like somebody might have tried to open it up and then shut it off.
Oh.
Then it's never moved until the police arrive at the scene, take it. On July the 6th, they open the phone to begin to study what happened, to get information about where Crystal was, where she was walking, where she may have been moving. That's between 9:27 and July the 6th. That phone is basically dead, not operational.
Baked potatoes, okay.
Is that important? That's critical. Detective Snow was trying to figure out on the 5th what happened to this young woman. And the story he gave was contradicted by evidence, expert evidence, from people who are going to be here later this week. Listen to them. That's critical. On July the 8th, Detective Snow is still following up. He asked Brooks, how can we talk? We're getting information. For one thing, Detective Snow looks and sees there's a phone call at 12:07. Remember I told you that? It's Steve Lawson is calling Brooks Houck at 12:07 on July the 4th, middle of the night. So, Detective Snow trying to figure out what's this about. So he gets the phone number.
That's true. There's only been a few
Brooks
good
who it is. Brooks doesn't
opening statements that you're like,
not immediately aware. Maybe he is and he didn't want to say so, but eventually they realized that's Steve Lawson who made the call. Let's call him up. Well, Brooks, you'll see it on here. It'll be on the TV for you. You'll hear it. Let's call him up. And that's what we did. They called him up. I'm going to just read off. They got a problem. 12:07. Same night Crystal's missing, he's getting a call from Steve Lawson. So you can imagine Detective Snow is trying to figure out what in the world is this call about. Well, you'll have this for you. You'll be able to listen to it, put your common sense together, and decide for yourself. This is Brooks calling. I'm just going to read some of this. I'm going to need your help with, are you ready to book? Are you booked up or can you help me? That's Steve Lawson says. I haven't moved up yet. I'm still looking for a place. That's why I needed a few numbers from you. Witness, all right, well, this is Brooks talking now. Well, I can write them all down, get them for you. And I was actually talking about doing some more work with your little skid steer and so forth. Mine is still broke down. There's this conversation, and ultimately he says, he goes down. Steve Lawson saying this. I called to ask you for them numbers for a house. Brooks says, oh, for a rental house. Yes, sir, I did. What did I forgot, what did I tell you? This is the middle of the night. He's claiming the calls about some house they want to rent. You told me you would call, what's her name, Katie, or whatever she handled all that. Witness says, Crystal, meaning it's not Katie, her name is Crystal. And this is why he's still in the truck, okay? He moved out, then get there to 12:18, this 12:07. He's driving in the truck in this phone. Reportedly, what he's telling John Snow, he's in the truck. Crystal is. And they're calling, saying Crystal needs to take care of this apartment problem. 13 seconds. You know how long that is? I've been talking for the last 13 seconds, just looking at my notes. And he says, yes, Crystal, I'm sorry I messed up. And Mr. Lawson, you said she handles all that and that she would get back with me on it. That's what these two men purported to tell Detective Snow why this 13-second phone call took place in the middle of the night. That 13-second phone call, common sense will tell you, was because they got a foul up on this plan. On the plan that you heard from me minutes ago to get rid of Crystal. They had a foul up. That's what I think common sense will tell you. It has nothing to do with the apartment. Crystal was sitting right there. They need an apartment. Just hand the phone over to her. She wasn't in that car. On Brooks' house truck. And she wasn't at home in her house, her car either. I want to talk a little bit about, I'm going to wrap up here in a moment. I want to talk a little bit about conspiracy. Because I think it's important for you to hear and see and put in the proper perspective when it's time to deliberate. I told you when I first came in that this sad deed that occurred and caused the loss of this young lady started with a conversation between Brooks Houck's mom, Rosemary Houck's her name, and one of their workers named Danny Silver. And she, as I told you at that moment, and he'll testify to it, she wanted Danny to find somebody to get rid of Crystal. He didn't do it, just told her he got the money, you can get it done. She's gone a little while later. On July the 9th, I'll highlight a couple. I'm still with Rosemary. We believe Rosemary Houck, and the evidence will show, was in a conspiracy to help Brooks Houck get rid of this young lady. On July the 9th, I'm going to talk a little bit about him as well. Brooks Houck's brother, Nick Houck, was a police officer in Bardstown. And the police were concerned. I'll tell you why in just a moment here. We'll talk about Nick for a second or two. But they were concerned on July the 9th. Police are checking his car, his police car. Now I'm talking about Nick Houck's police car. In case I must have spoke too quickly. Which they were doing for reasons that I'll be telling you about in a minute. And there's a conversation that's recorded. You're going to hear some of these conversations in this trial. One of them is a conversation with Brooke and Rosemary talking about Nick's car. And she's worried. You'll hear her worried communication to Brooks. What about this blanket? Almost in a whisper. What about this blanket? Nick's concerned. Now, why would they be concerned about a blanket? Here's your common sense. You'll hear that Rosemary and Crystal did not get along. How much? I guess only known to them themselves, but they weren't fond of each other. And Rosemary at times would spew that out. She won't be around anymore. We'll raise him up right. Talking about Eli, Brooks' son.
So I am back, friends.
Say,
But they are here to work on my bathroom. Yay.
Rosemary.
So I will be on mute a lot
Crystal
today.
was beneath them,
But yay.
not at their standard. Rosemary's not the only one who was a conspirator, not charged. Let me make sure that's correct. We believe the evidence shows they're part of the conspiracy, but they are not charged in any crime at this point. The same with Nick Houck. We believe he was a conspirator. Two things I'm going to talk about today. I told you Detective Snow was investigating this during this period, all the way through several years. Part of what prosecutors and police do when they're trying to find out what happened in a murder, like Crystal's, is we use a grand jury. I suspect Detective Snow had been there many times over the years. But it was important in this case, the prosecutors brought witnesses in to try to find out what they knew, even little bits and pieces about what happened to this young woman. And you're going to hear that Rosemary.
Yeah, it was like July, just like 2 weeks after Crystal disappeared. He went on Nancy Grace. I remember the 19th, maybe? I don't know. Oh. Are we going to hear this?
I don't know. Sorry to interrupt.
That's all right.
Hold on. Might boost it. No, we can't really hear anything.
I don't know if he's going to go into what was said in the grand jury, but we would object and say that's hearsay. He can get into the grand jury testimony.
I think I would say that is something recorded.
Oh, that's fine. I apologize.
No,
I'm sorry. No, we withdraw the objection.
Ooh, but we get closed captions, though. Ooh. I do not like that woman. I have many reasons why I do not like that woman. Strong opinion.
Back in the grand jury. We're in Nelson County. Detective Snow, the prosecutor at that time, Terry Bohagen, they're bringing witnesses in. We're not going to go into what witnesses said. Evidence will come in and that's proper. And what I want you to know is that when Rosemary, Nick, Rhonda McElroy, who is the sister of the Brooks, and a fellow named Larry Mott went to testify before the Nelson County grand jury, trying to find out what happened to this young woman. When they went in, they took a recorder with them, secretly recording their testimony before the grand jury.
Which is
Now,
very
why did they do that?
wrong.
Well, we got some information that may help you know why they recorded. Barry Mock, who is the boyfriend of Rosemary Houck, Barry Mock, went to the grand jury because he had been around the family son. The grand jury thought he may have some information about what happened to this young woman. So he goes in, testifies. When he leaves, he says something to the effect, hope I didn't screw up, fellas. And Rhonda was talking to Brooks about recording her testimony in the grand jury. And they're talking about it. And Brooks tells his sister, before she goes in the grand jury, Nick needs to hear this grand jury testimony. I submit that they were
Yes.
doing this, the prosecution will submit, because they wanted to make sure everybody told the line. Nobody said something that might be difficult for them. And Nick was the one to make sure everybody turned it in. These were found in several different places, including Nick's house.
It
and
was
Rose's.
still a cop at the time,
Search warrant by the police.
so I knew better.
And that's not all. I told you I was going to come back to July the 3rd. We're in the morning, up to the afternoon, about 4 o'clock. Keep that in mind, that time. I mentioned a lot about Detective Snow because he had a lot to do responsibilities in this. But one of the things he did, we're on July the 8th, but we're going to go back to the 3rd here in a moment. One of the things he did was he asked Brooks Houck, please write down, I'm paraphrasing, but you'll have it for yourself here in a little bit, everything you did on the 3rd and 4th. Everything. So that, I know you may not know whether it was 3 or 4 nails or whatever. I need to know as much as you can give me on detail. That's important because they're trying to see, is there something else I missed, or we need this information. And you will see at Brooks Houck, you'll watch it. First fills out about this rendezvous they had down in, at 7:30 to almost midnight on the 3rd with his 2.5-year-old son and with Crystal, and they're feeding the cows and spending 4.5 hours out there. It's raining off and on all night. They're claiming to be running around here feeding cows. And you'll see Brooks Houck provides no information No information about his whereabouts from 9:30 to 4 on July the 3rd, the day this young woman disappears. Experts with his cell phone will come in here and testify that he was over there on the 3rd practically all day from 9:30 to 4. And not a word of that gets to Detective Snow. You'll see the information he provided gave no help at all in determining what he did. He simply put, like a stream of conscience, a bunch of activity that doesn't tell us what activity, what work was he doing. He puts down names of people who do jobs for him, from drywall hangers to painters to any, but does not have any information about whether they were working that day with him. Was he out on job sites? We know he wasn't out on the job sites because his phone shows he is at the farm all day that day. There are going to be people who are going to come in and say, did you ever have any contact with him? Maybe he was talking to you, maybe he was working with you on the 3rd. They're going to say no. As far as I can tell, I never saw a man that day. Some of them hadn't dealt with him for months. Talks about cutting grass, and some of them, he not only didn't cut grass that day at any of those sites, he got hit for a couple, I don't know, maybe $100 or so, because he didn't cut the grass he was supposed to cut. You'll see that in a text from one of the homeowners association principals. So he's on the farm. Detective Snow hears none of that. That's important because that's the last time they hear about crystals on the 3rd. Well, that's not all of it. Conspiracy. Nick Houck was in a relationship back in July of 2015 with Amber Bowman. They've been together for some years, I think 8 altogether. He's a police officer. As a police officer, he's required to maintain his cell phone at all times. For obvious reasons, you have an emergency, then you gotta be contacted. Sometimes there's shootings. Thank God, not as many as we have, in Louisville, but they still have these bad things happen, and they've got to react. As I'm sure Detective Snow will tell you, you got to have resources on your person to react to emergencies. He turns his off. Nick Houck does. From early on the 3rd until late afternoon on the 4th. Nearly 24 hours completely no communication. During those same hours that Detective Snow is getting no communication from Brooks Houck about where he was for 7 hours on the farm in the morning and afternoon of the 3rd, just hours before this young lady disappeared. Is that a coincidence? Use your common sense. That's why I keep bringing these pieces of evidence are critical. Every piece.
I feel like there's a whole lot of crooked people everywhere, though. Like, everywhere.
I told you I was going to get back. I'm just about finished. There's a lot of parts here, and I want to make sure I get the important parts. I talked to you for a minute ago, and I think I brought it up, but let me re-emphasize. These young ladies will be here probably in a little bit here this morning. You'll hear it from their own mouths. Remember Brooks Houck and Crystal Rogers were supposed to be going for, your kids were all going to be taken care of, all right? Even though it never was explained to one of them who was going to take care of the 2.5-year-old Eli. But they're going to go out. And, as she said, you're going to have a sexy time, one of them said. And she was excited about it. Because they've had some rough patches. And so she's wildly excited, and rightly so. Brooks Houck tells John Snow on the 5th, you're going to hear it. He says, Crystal, it was her idea to go to the farm that night. This is just literally several hours at most from when she's telling her friends, one of them is Holly, is Christina Holly. I'm sorry I did the same thing. Her last name was Holly, so I don't confuse you. Her first name is Christina. Christina, I told you she was there early in the morning. Eli's playing with Crystal's phone. It's just typical friendship, enjoying one another. Later that evening, maybe 5:30, Christina's going to tell you, I think it was her boyfriend, they decided, hey, let's go to Chuck E. Cheese. Take the kids, go out there, we'll have time, eat some pizza, enjoy ourselves. I'm going to call Crystal and see if she wants to come as well. Maybe bring Eli or some of the other younger kids with us. We'll have a good time. And she texts, and Crystal texts back. I'm paraphrasing here. No, I've got a kids free time. We're going to have a good time. So she's planning for going out to a dinner, getting back together, having fun. He's already got her going to the farm. And even to the point of telling Detective Snow that it's her idea. Her idea to go to the farm when it's raining, be out there 4.5 hours with a 2.5-year-old.
So romantic.
That was her idea. We're going to abandon this romantic get-together that night and go out there on the farm. Use your common sense. She's on that farm, and that's where she passed. Thank you, George.
What, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 15-minute break to let you get up and use the restroom. And back, please remember the same admonitions are in effect. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with you.
Sure that's the next
tries to
one
talk
up
about
there.
the case. I need you to immediately report that to me. You're not to finally make up your mind about the case until you've heard all the evidence, consider the instructions from the court, and go to the jury room to consider what your fellow jurors have to say about the case. We may go with the bailiff. We'll start back at 9:50.
The judge's voice. I love it. Yes, I think everybody knows your opinions about Brennan. All right. Well, that was an all right opening statement. Not as passionate as some of the other ones we've heard, but we did most of it by memory. So when they do that, I give them a little leeway. Because I don't really like it when they stand and look at their notes, but it wasn't great. But he had some interesting points. Like, how did her purse and phone end up in her car? The car did not go to the farm, but she did go to the farm with those things. And then they ended up back in the car, meaning Houck had to give them to somebody, or obviously somebody else was at the
At
farm.
this time, let the record reflect all 15
What?
jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be
This
seated.
Joseph. And the car is at the
Butler,
highway.
Mr. Shoring, do you all wish to give an opening or reserve?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Proceed when you're ready.
Rick, please support.
I don't know why you'd sit with a car that's not yours on the highway for like an hour and a half. You're part of this conspiracy
Ladies
to
and
commit
gentlemen,
murder.
we certainly agree with Mr. Lasowski on one critical point,
No,
and that is this is an absolutely heartbreaking case.
oh, this guy's hard to hear.
It's a case about a young lady, 35 years old, Crystal Rogers, in Nelson County, who the weekend of July 4th, 2015, disappeared seemingly into thin air. Crystal Rogers comes from a large family in a small town. Immediately upon her disappearance, understandably, that family was terrified and panicked. And they began to pressure local law enforcement to find some answers and to find Crystal Rogers. And in the days, in the weeks, in the months, in the years that she was not found, that pressure increased and increased. Ms. Rogers' family formed a group that they call Team Crystal. And in fact, from a very early part in this investigation, they conducted their own investigation. They formed search parties, not a large search party, searched all over Nelson County. They interviewed witnesses. They dug at different places, trying to find Crystal Rogers. They began to pressure local law enforcement, but local law enforcement almost immediately, certainly after her car was found, began to spend every waking hour on this case. There's an additional amount of pressure that came with this case because almost instantly, again, there was an explosion of publicity on this case, the like certainly that Nelson County had never seen, and maybe that Kentucky had never seen. But it's local media, statewide media, national media, social media, pressure on this case. From the early hours of this investigation, Brooks Houck became the sole focus of certainly Ms. Rogers' family suspecting him. Certainly of the media suspecting him and all the social media and Facebook detectives in Nelson County and around suspecting him. But most importantly, of law enforcement looking to him is the answer to a mystery that they could not figure out. Not only is this an emotional case and a really, really sad case, because of this pressure, it became an extremely dangerous case. A case that's dangerous, the type of case that is dangerous to our system of justice, which is what we're here for today. You're going to see that this pressure eventually, not right at first, but eventually caused the facts and truths that we look for in the justice system to be replaced with suspicions, assumptions, guesses, and theories. It caused eventually professional, objective police tactics that we demand in our system of justice be used procedures by police. It caused those eventually to be set aside and new tactics inserted that relied on coercion,
manipulation, and bullying of witnesses. You'll see that from the evidence in this case. And it caused, ultimately, in this case, these two men, Brooks Houck and Joey Lawson, to sit here before you today, charged with horrific crimes that they did not commit. Trials are not about suspicions, guesses, assumptions, or theories. They're about facts and evidence that comes in. Quite frankly, with certainly all due respect, Mr. Lasowski, what you just heard was just that. Assumptions, theories, and guesses. Brooks Houck is 43 years old. He was born and grew up in Bardstown, Kentucky. He went to high school there. He went to college at U of L. He got a bachelor's degree in business administration. From a very early age, Brooks began to acquire, like in high school, he began to acquire rental properties. He would fix them up, rent them out, acquire more, and eventually became a builder. So over the years, he built up a very successful business. He had lots of properties, lots of ongoing buildings. He worked very hard. In 2011, he met Crystal Rogers, and she was actually renting one of his units, and they began a relationship. In 2012, they had a child, Eli, who Brooks loves with all his heart. Crystal had 4 other children from a previous relationship. So after Eli, the young child, was born, Brooks and Crystal moved in together into a home with 3 of Crystal's other children. They began to live together as a family unit. You will hear, as Mr. Lasowski indicated, they had some bumps in the road, as lots of folks do, particularly when there's a blended family involved. But there were lots of good times too. And you'll hear that they took a family vacation with a number of these children shortly before she went missing. You're going to hear a mountain of evidence about the weekend of July 4th, 2015. On Friday, July 3rd, Brooks, Crystal, and Eli went out to the Houck family farm where Rosemary Houck lived, as they often did. They spent the evening out there. They walked the property. There's trails out there. There's a barn out there that Eli liked to play at. They spent the evening there, and they got home just after midnight. Brooks went to bed before Crystal did, as he always did almost. In the morning, he woke up. Eli was in the bed with him. Eli slept in the bed with him anyway on a regular basis. But he woke up. Eli was in the bed, and Crystal was not there, and her car was not there. That morning, he tried to call her. There was no answer. He tried to call her later in the day. There was no answer. You'll see evidence of efforts that he made to try to find where she was. He was not overly concerned at all because she had gone out before. She had spent the night out before this happened. On Saturday, Brooks sent some texts trying to find out where Crystal might be with some of her friends Sunday. And on Sunday, Crystal Rogers' mother reports her missing on Sunday afternoon, July 5th. Just almost contemporaneous with her reporting it, Crystal Rogers' family locates Crystal Rogers' car on the side of the Bluegrass Parkway, pulled over with a flat tire. Jonathan Snow, this gentleman over here, was a detective with the Nelson County Sheriff's Department at the time. I believe at the time this case began, he already had about 18 years long.
Nowhere close to that,
Very
Juju.
experienced detective. this case kind of fell to him. And he was the lead investigator on this case for approximately 4 years until he retired in 2019. You're going to hear that in the first year and a half alone of that 4-year period, he put in an estimated 3,100 hours of his regular work time, 400 hours of overtime, exclusively on this case. Over the next 2.5 years, he put in thousands more hours on this case before he retired. In his own words, this case became his life. All of the deputies in his department at one time or another helped him, assisted him on this case, and they were not working alone. They reached out for help with this investigation over a dozen other agencies. The Bardstown Police Department, the FBI, the ATF, the Kentucky State Police, the Louisville Metro Police Department, other sheriff's departments, scuba dive teams. They had all types of forensic teams. The FBI was assisting as well. It was a massive investigation that was conducted. They interviewed hundreds of witnesses, anybody who potentially might have information. Former workers, family members from both families, anybody who might have seen, heard, known anything. You're going to hear that in the early portion of this investigation, John Snow will tell you that Brooks was very cooperative. He gave oral statements, multiple oral statements, tape recorded statements. He gave that written statement. He would tell Detective Snow would need to search somewhere, and Brooks would say, "You don't need a warrant. Go search, do what you got to do." He supplied fingerprints voluntarily, a blood draw for DNA. He consented to multiple searches of his homes. He consented to searches of his vehicles. He consented to the downloading and search of his phone and Crystal Rogers' phone. It was also in his name. There's one conversation in particular that's on tape. John Snow calls and asks Brooks, I believe it's to come get fingerprints. And Brooks says, if you need anything, I'll run to the police station and give it to you. This is despite knowledge that Brooks Houck had that he was the target and the focus of this investigation. During his first 4 years, the police interviewed, as I indicated, workers, neighbors, family members. Some of the individuals that you've heard and recall in this case have already been interviewed by John Snow back in 2015, 2016. Snow in his team viewed hundreds of hours of surveillance video. They pulled it from all over Nelson County of the relevant time frame and viewed it. They collected and downloaded cell phones from a number of individuals. Brooks, Crystal, Brooks' family members, and the people that you've heard, some of the witnesses here that are going to testify in this trial. They used equipment. There's equipment where you can hook up phones and pull stuff off of the phones. Texts, voicemails, call logs.
That is true.
Location data. They did all that. The Nelson County Sheriff's Department alone executed well over 70 search warrants in this
Like to
case.
put spaces.
You'll
in there.
hear a lot about search warrants, and just briefly, in order to be able to search property without consent, the police are required to follow a formal procedure, and I know you've all heard about it, but where the investigator has to put a written affidavit together for a judge stating what probable cause they have to go into a residence or to seize an item, to search it, a cell phone, whatever. And it contains in there their theory of the case, why they believe that evidence will be found in a certain location, and they have to swear to that as best they know at the time. The judge will look at that. If they think there's probable cause, they sign it. So it's a formal procedure. There were over 70 done by Nelson County in this case. Many more by later agencies. Let me show 1, 2, and 3, please. This is just a representative example of some of the searches that were done during John Snow's time with the case. Brooks Houck's home, which is not the farm, his home was searched multiple times. The Houck farm was searched multiple times. A number of Brooks Houck's rental properties were searched. His brother's home was searched. Multiple lakes and ponds were searched. They used four-wheelers, helicopters, dive teams. They thoroughly processed Crystal Rogers' car. They used equipment, excavators. They busted up driveways over multiple dig sites. They used chemicals to look for blood. All of the things that you could possibly imagine to search. It was an exhaustive investigation for any form of evidence. I'm not sure what happened in this case. John Snow retired in December of 2019, went on to another position elsewhere. And at the end of his 4 years, this is where the case stood. There was absolutely no sign of Crystal Rogers' body. Every single theory that they had, every lead that they followed, every affidavit that they swore out for a search warrant to look here or there was wrong.
I mean, that's true. They found literally
There
nothing.
was no evidence of any kind, of any cause or mechanism of her death. And that is, we're all assuming that she is deceased. But no evidence of how she may have been killed. A shooting, some other type of violent death. There's absolutely no evidence and absolutely no idea that anyone has. There's absolutely no evidence, assuming that she was killed, of where she may have been killed. There are theories and guesses and assumptions, but there's no evidence. A crime scene might be here all the time. Scene of a crime where you can investigate. There's no murder weapon that you would hear about in a case of a homicide, of a knife or a gun, or some type of tool that could give us evidence, or ballistics, or something connecting it to a violent death or to a suspect. No. And not one eyewitness that could say they saw her harmed or who may have harmed her. Now, mistakes were made during the course of this investigation, and I'm not even talking about Deputy Snow, but in the early part of this investigation, some things happened because of this pressure, because of this publicity that should never happen in a criminal case, and investigators would agree with you. For instance, as you heard, Brooks Houck gave a voluntary statement on July 8th of 2015. It was recorded, videotaped. Normally in an investigation, that's going to be held by the investigators. They don't want that out where potential witnesses can see it and maybe can form their testimony or do whatever down the road. They keep that to themselves through a process that was not Nelson County Sheriff's fault. This got released in October of 2015, his statement to the police in its entirety. Then it went straight to the Gazette, I think is the name of Nelson County's main paper. It went straight to YouTube. It got over 10,000 views in a short period of time and thousands of shares. So this gets dispersed all through the community of Nelson.
It got
County
more than that, but okay.
For potential people who are going to be interviewed at some point to review Brooks Houck statement. There are podcasts that pop up all over the place with theories, all type of internet opinions out there, constant barrages. And then in 2018, the Oxygen Network does a national mini-series on the case of Crystal Rogers' disappearance and interviews witnesses and family members and gets a hold of certain pieces of evidence and puts those in there, interviews some of the investigators, and runs a 6-part series for it to be viewed by certainly everybody involved. The reason the investigators don't like that is because that taints what witnesses may say down the road. This brings us to August of 2020. John Snow had the case from its inception, July 5th of 2015 until
Is he
December
seriously is he writing this
2019.
on paper?
And then he did-
Oh,
In August of 2020, the FBI announces that they are taking over this investigation. The FBI had already been involved in Deputy Snow's request. They had been providing assistance all along. But at this time, they came in and took over and made an announcement, a public announcement, that this is now their case. They assigned 3 agents exclusively to this case. In a massive undertaking, the FBI at that point in 2020 begins pouring unimaginable resources into this case. They have, the feds have mountains of resources, more than certainly local Kentucky law enforcement does. They bring in manpower, expertise, and effort to this case in a way that is really unprecedented, certainly in Kentucky. They immediately get multiple search warrants, again for the homes of Brooks, his brother, his grandmother, the family farm, several of his properties. The FBI gets affidavits and search warrants for these areas. And if we could show 4 through 9, these are again just some images from some of the scale of these searches that occurred back at the beginning of 2020, 2021. They interviewed dozens and dozens of witnesses. They went back and re-interviewed dozens and dozens of witnesses that had already been interviewed. Those re-interviews include a number of the witnesses that you'll hear at the trial. They've been interviewed and interviewed and interviewed over the years. They re-examine the cell phone information. They apply new technology to the cell phone information, including this 1207 phone call from Steve Lawson to Brooks Houck that Mr. Wasowski talked about in his opening. That 1207 phone call from Lawson to Houck was known about in the first days of this investigation. That was nothing new. The cell phone data for Steve Lawson was acquired early in this investigation. The FBI takes a fresh look at that. They worked tirelessly with massive resources through January of 2022. And at the conclusion of January of 22, we're now about 7 years from her disappearance. Here's where the case stands. Absolutely no sign of Miss Rogers' body. every affidavit, every search warrant, every driveway they dug up that belonged to Brooks Houck, every search of the farm, every search involving his family and to do with him was wrong. No evidence of any cause or mechanism that might have caused her death. No idea of where something terrible might have happened. No weapon they could associate with any kind of crime. And no eyewitness saying they saw her be harmed or who might have harmed her. And again, nobody's charged in the case. Now, it's difficult to overemphasize this, but as I've said, from the very beginning of this case, Brooks Houck was the sole suspect in the case. In other potential theories that might have been out there may have been glanced at or peeked at, but he was where the action was. The driving force of these investigations. And that happens in emotional cases. And what happens is, and what you'll see a lot during this trial and during Mr. Wachowski's opening statement, is when you're focused on an individual and digging and digging and digging to every aspect of their life, thinking that they did it. Every little piece of evidence or statement or anything that you see looks sinister. Let me give you some examples of that. One thing that may come up at the trial, I don't know if it will, it certainly did leading up, that, well, Brooks Houck didn't help search for Crystal Rogers. He didn't participate in these search parties that her family was going out to have. He wasn't out doing those things.
He didn't do shit. Nothing.
That
Nada.
doesn't mean that he did something. But the evidence will show that the truth is that Brooks was advised by the Nelson County Sheriff's Office wisely to stay away. There was animosity that had built up immediately by the family's suspicions, where there may have been problems if he's out there doing it. In fact, there was a news conference held by the Nelson County Sheriff's Department the day after her car got found, July 6th. That's how early we are into this. And the elected sheriff in Nelson County, at the press conference, says Brooks has been extremely cooperative. The Crystal Rogers family's at this news conference, lots of reporters already. Brooks is not there. The sheriff says, I asked Mr. Houck not to come. I didn't want any controversy and problems here in the office, so I asked him not to come, and he's going to fly. You get another piece of evidence, okay, as Mr. Wachowski mentioned in his opening statement, well, Brooks Houck got his windows tinted on his truck before Miss Rogers went missing. Aha. He didn't want anybody to be able to see whatever was going on in his truck that night. So he tinted his windows. What the truth is, and what you'll see, is that their son, Eli, 2.5 years old, had a significant eye condition that made him sensitive to light. You'll see medical records from that. He's had surgeries on it. He had to wear special glasses and is still hampered by it today. Crystal Rogers' windows were tinted in her car. You'll hear, well, Brooks Houck's brother turned his phone off for a period of time surrounding the July 4th weekend. The evidence will show that he did do that. You'll also hear that Nick Houck, his brother, and his girlfriend were moving that weekend and were in a fight, not a fight, a dispute, disagreement, argument over the moon, and that his tendency was to ignore her when she was angry and blowing up his phone.
About moving. Who doesn't get pissed when they're moving? And then the other person just disappears for like a whole day and a half. Mm-hmm. Real awesome guy he is.
You'll hear evidence, and as Mr. Lusowski indicated, Brooks indicated that he believed Crystal Rogers at midnight on July 3rd, when he went to bed after they were back home from the farm, was on the couch playing a game on her phone at the time that he went to bed. The forensic evidence shows his phone was, her phone, was not on at that time. You're absolutely correct about that. What you'll see, though, is that what he actually said is that that's what she normally does when she goes to bed. There was not any big red flag to have him pay particular attention that night when he went to bed to what she was doing on the couch. But that's what she normally did. You'll also see that in the early searches of Brooks Houck's home, there were boxes of electronics taken out of the home, many of which are capable of playing games. Regarding the statement that Rosemary Houck, you'll hear a recording of that statement, regarding the blanket. She asked Brooks a question about a blanket. It's going to be important when you hear that and when you think about that to look at the context of that entire statement and all the facts that surround it. You'll hear those come out during the course of the trial. In this recording, look, first of all, what you're going to hear is when the Houcks became the focus of this investigation in the first day, couple of days, the pressure on that entire family was intense. They were having searches conducted on the property. They were having cell phones taken as the investigation went on. There were people accusing them of crimes. They were receiving threats, and they circled the wagons. They got to a point where they didn't trust anybody because it felt like the whole world was coming down on them immediately. And they got paranoid. And they did begin recording everything. They recorded their testimony at the grand jury. They got called into the grand jury. When they did, they recorded everything because they didn't trust anybody. Brooks recorded conversations that he had with the police when they were recording him because he was afraid something might get twisted around on him. What you'll hear in the recorded conversation that Mr. Lusowski talked about the blanket, that is the day that Nick Houck, who was a police officer, had his cruiser seized on July 9th by the investigators in this case to be searched in this case because they were searching everybody's vehicles. Rosemary, with that tape that he just told you one thing about is 41 minutes long. And it appears to be inadvertently turned on because it begins and it's got Brooks Houck sound like sitting around the table with his brother and his mother, who they think and argue are in this big murder conspiracy. A couple of days after it occurs, and the recorder kicks on and they're talking to each other. And they talk for 10 minutes. And then Brooks gets in the vehicle with his mother, and they're driving. Nick Houck's like, yeah, they took my police car. You'll hear portions of that during the course of the trial. And yes, at this point, Rosemary says that blanket, something to the effect of, that blanket that's yours. Nick was worried about that. Is there anything going to be on that? And if you're looking at it through and he says, no, it's nothing to worry about. If you look at it from a sinister view, then you come to a sinister conclusion. If you look at it from a presumption of innocence, is that a mother who knows that her sons are the target of a massive investigation saying, you know, if that's your blanket, what if it has one of her hairs on it and sends a police call? Is that another thing that's going to happen? Again, and most importantly, we'll continue to come back to the evidence in the case. Nick Houck's police car was seized. They did find a blanket. It did belong to Brooks. It was in Nick Houck's truck. It was examined thoroughly, forensically, with all the tools they've got. And there's not one speck of evidence, DNA, fiber, blood, body fluid, anything that connects that blanket or anything about that vehicle with Crystal Rogers. That tape that they're speaking of was recovered in 2020 back here. Yeah, that was Walter's truck. This alleged statement, and it's hard for you all to keep track of all this. One morning, we've had a case for 2 years. But this Wasowski mentioned a man named Danny Singleton, who says he was approached by Rosemary Houck at some point prior to Crystal's disappearance and solicited. You're going to hear from him. You're going to hear the circumstances of how that statement came about. You're going to hear that he had given multiple statements to the police before this, saying that, I don't know anything about this. He's asked directly, did Rosemary or anybody in his family have anything to do with this? No. Then he gets arrested. He's in jail at the time they come talk to him about this and ask him a leading question about that. He gives the answer, yeah, Rosemary approached him. You're right. She did. And then his felony charges get amended down to a misdemeanor, and he gets out of jail. Mr. Wasowski talked about a telephone call. And again, you'll see all this. We got to process a little better what's in front of you. But Brooks Houck is giving a statement to John Snow on July 8th of 2015. A long statement. His phone's being downloaded during the course of it. And Deputy Brooks asked him, well, you got a call at 12:07 that night. Who was that? Brooks like, I don't remember. Can you just call the number back? And the phone's being downloaded, and Deputy says, yeah, I'm bringing it in a minute. He brings the phone in after it's finished being downloaded, and Deputy Snow tries to put the number in. He's like, I don't know how to work your phone. And to find out who this number is, because he doesn't have a number memorized. And Brooks punches in numbers like this call, and he puts it on speakerphone. And the name pops up, and Steve Lawson. And he says, and Steve Lawson, the guy that works for him, he has tons of contractors that work for him all over the place. You'll hear that Steve Lawson starts talking about, I was looking for the numbers on a house, rental house. You'll also hear evidence that Steve Lawson's, not daughter, but stepdaughter, had rented from Brooks, not paid her rent, been evicted, and then later was trying to rent from him again about a rental house.
Because that makes sense, but okay.
Here's some evidence that we do have in this case, most of which has been present from the early days of this investigation. John Snow in his department got the cell phone downloads very early on, because that can be really important evidence in cases. And they looked at Brooks Houck's text and Crystal Roberts' text immediately, which makes sense. Then you'll see, could we do exhibit 10, please? You'll see Brooks and Crystal's texts from July 3rd. These aren't all of them. There's other ones that are normal as well. But this is from July 3rd, 2015. The text showed up on Brooks's phone and Crystal's phone. Crystal in the morning, 10 a.m., go pay the phone bill. And if you didn't make it to Big O, you need to go by there too. Brooks says, got both, thank you. Crystal says, okay, love you. Brooks says, okay, or I love you too, baby. 3 exclamation points. That's what showed up on his phone and her phone. You're going to see that further review of their texts show no threats about Brooks. I mean, they got all of their texts.
We'll see, Juju. I hope
No
so.
violent words. No violent
I think he has
words.
something to do with it.
Other evidence in the case. Now, Crystal's car, when it was found on the Bluegrass Parkway, was properly taken by Nelson County, taken to a secure facility and sealed, and then examined by forensic examiners. Her cell phone, her purse are on the front seat, and the keys to her car on the ignition. So they processed the car completely. You'll see that on her cell phone, there's an identifiable fingerprint on Crystal Rogers' cell phone. It's, sometimes they're smudged and you can't identify them. This was an identifiable fingerprint on her phone. So, of course, they start comparing the print on her phone. It's not Brooks Houck. It's not his brother. It's not his mother. They compared it to, I believe, every member of the Houck family. Later in the investigation, it gets compared, and this is years later, they preserved the fingerprint. It gets compared to Steve Lawson. It gets compared to Joey Lawson, and Charlie Girdley, and they are excluded as donors of the fingerprint on Crystal Rogers' phone that's down in her car. There's a fingerprint found on her rear view mirror. A fingerprint that's identifiable. They compare it and they find it belongs to Eli, the child, which makes sense. He was excluded on the phone as well. There's a palm print, part of a palm print that's found on that same rear view mirror. That is analyzed. There's no positive identification made on any of the people I just said. And Joey Lawson is excluded as being the donor of the palm print.
Did they ever compare it to Tammy, though? Lawson's ex-wife?
Her car is swabbed for DNA. And DNA doesn't have to be body fluid of any kind these days. It can be from sweat or from handprint. My DNA's on this morning. But they swabbed the entire car as they should have for DNA. And certainly all the most common areas where you would expect to find it, the steering wheel, whoever was driving this car, the gear shift, the doors, getting in and out of the car. You will see that and they looked for hairs, every single type of evidence you can look for in the car. You're going to see that there was Crystal Rogers' DNA comes up on the steering wheel as you would expect. There is no match of any other DNA from any other person I mentioned in the case, including Brooks, Joey Lawson, Steve Lawson, anyone else. They find a whole bunch of hairs in the car, and you'll hear testimony. Hairs fall out all of the time. People lose like 100 hairs a day on average, and they're easily transferable. You can step on them, drop them into your house, and I could have Brian Butler's hair in my car. But they find hair in her car. There's 2 hairs that are suitable for DNA analysis that came up early in the investigation but were never tested. They're hairs that do not appear to be Crystal Rogers hairs, but they are hairs that need to be tested. The Commonwealth made a decision not too long ago to not test those hairs, to not do the DNA analysis on those hairs, because of the length. They were long, and they didn't believe from the way they looked that they were going to match Joey Lawson or Steve Lawson. So those hairs were going to be tested. In January of 2023, there's another shift in the investigation, and the pressure to solve this case continues to grow and mount. And at this point, the governor and the attorney general of Kentucky intervened into this investigation. And they appoint a special prosecutor on the case, Shane Young, who's an extremely talented, experienced, aggressive prosecutor, and they give the case to him. He had been working on it some before, and he had recruited or brought with him or asked two aggressive Kentucky State Police detectives to help him with this investigation. And in January of 2023, the process begins again. The absolute target is Brooks Houck. They focus and radar lock on this telephone call at 12:07 in the early morning hours of July 4th from Steve Lawson to Brooks Houck, 13-second call. That becomes the focal point because, and this is already, this evidence has been around for years at this point, that it becomes the focus point. You do exhibit 11, please. Because shortly after, just as Mr. Lasowski said in his opening statement, when you look at this map, okay, this area over here is Bardstown, Kentucky. This is the Bluegrass Parkway right here, okay? This is the location where Crystal Rogers' vehicle was found. So shortly after that 12:07 phone call, Steve Lawson's phone records show that he began to move west in this direction, out to around this far, and then back towards Bardstown. That becomes the focal point of the investigation and drives the interviews that they conduct. They re-interview tons of witnesses that all have already been interviewed. They execute multiple search warrants. I'm not going to go through all of those. So they re-interview a bunch of the witnesses. And one of those witnesses is a guy named Charlie Girdley, who Mr. Lasowski, I believe, briefly mentioned in his opening statement, was one of the construction workers. One of many, many construction workers for Brooks Houck. In June of 2023, about 6 months after they get involved, Mr. Girdley, who has drug issues over here, was on the run for a warrant that he had outstanding for his arrest for, he'd been out for over a year for violating his felony probation. He'd been on the run. Kentucky State Police gets the U.S. Marshals to go arrest him. They do. The Marshals, instead of taking him to jail in his warrant, they bring him to these two investigators. Luckett and Harden are their names from KSP that are newly appointed or newly working detectives. Charlie Girdley, you'll hear, had previously given statements to John Snow in 2016, the FBI in 2021, denying any knowledge about any of this. Gave his version of what he was doing that night. He had a pre-party he was going to for the 4th of July. His daughter was driving him around. He got paid by Brooks on Friday, early afternoon, like he always did. Went to the party and didn't know anything about it. When they bring him into custody in June of 2023, you will see and hear a lot of the things that occurred. And we're going to ask that you pay particular attention to his testimony and to what occurs. This is the point in the investigation where you will see it switches from the approved, accepted police tactics that we demand to the dangerous tactics of manipulation, coercion, bullying. You'll see that they tell Mr. Girdley that he's involved in this crime, that he's involved up to his neck. They tell him that he helped move her car. They tell him the Lawsons are involved based on. They say, we know who wanted it done. They talk about him spending the rest of his life in prison. And they offered help him with that and with the revocation hearing that he's been on run for a year. And at some point in that interview, Charlie Girdley begins to get statements about what he says Brooks Houck's involvement in this is. And you'll hear those. And when you pay attention to those statements, you will see it's not hard. They are completely inconsistent, internally inconsistent with each other about what he says. He keeps changing his story throughout the 4.5-hour interview to try to appease the people that he's being interviewed. At one point, they press him for details about, well, Brooks Houck is supposed to give Joey Lawson a set of keys that night. Crystal Rogers keys. You'll hear each version of that he gives in an effort to get them a quick question him. With different places that occurred throughout Bardstown, different times that occurred throughout Bardstown, different people who were supposed to have been present, vastly inconsistent. And none of them are consistent with the phone evidence that you'll see in the case, which is why Charlie Girdley couldn't get it right. The phone evidence that the Commonwealth has Brooks Houck out at the farm, the family farm where the state was that night. Charlie Girdley, in these statements, has him over this address in downtown Bardstown. They're 10 miles away. Different addresses all over town, trying to get it right. You'll hear from Heather Snellen. Mr. Wasowski mentioned her. I don't know if you mentioned her name, but mentioned her testimony. And you'll hear all of the details later. But she was in a relationship with Steve Lawson at some point. She had been interviewed by the FBI in 2020, indicates she had no information about Crystal Rogers or anything that may have happened to her. And you will see portions of her interview with the state police. And you'll see the desperation in the questioning of her. They tell her, this woman that they brought in, your life is pretty good. It can stay that way if you tell us what you know. Your life may be ruined if you don't come off of it. And that's her version about what happened. Your little boy is your life, she has young son. He depends on you to hug him. And I can hear your little boy. He loves you. Enough little boys are without their moms. And you'll see her crying during the interview. And then she gives this version of the story, and this is in 2023. She gives this version of a conversation she said she overheard between Joey Lawson and Steve Lawson after that. That's in September of 2023. And you'll see this during the trial, this document. It's a written statement written by Heather Snelling a month or so after her interview. She hand wrote it and mailed it or dropped it off to one of the detectives who had done this interview with her. She says, I did not know any information about what happened to Crystal Rogers. I also do not know who was involved. I hope that it is clear within my statement that I do not know anything. I tried to tell you all that and felt as if I was being pressured into saying things that are untruthful.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
This woman gave this to. You're going to hear that the tactics used by the Kentucky State Police, these two particular officers in this case, or there's more, three. The tactics that they used in order to get statements that supported their theory. The police are trained not to give promises of leniency, which they do throughout. They're taught not to threaten inevitable consequences, that is, you're going to go to prison. And they're taught not to supply any details to witnesses that may come out in a later statement, which they did. And they're taught that not because these tactics are mean or rude, but because of the danger of producing untruthful results.
That's true, and they do use a lot of those tactics in the few we've seen.
So based on this new theory, Brooks Houck gets indicted in September of 2023. In December of 2023, 3 months after his indictment, there's another search conducted by the Kentucky State Police. They conduct a massive search out on Thompson Hill Road. And that's where Joey Lawson was staying at the time back in 2015. And you can go through one of the pictures. The FBI, the Kentucky State Police, brought in anthropologists, ton of manpower, convinced at this time that they have it solved. And they dig, and they excavate, and they search for 3 days. And nothing is found. Not one piece of evidence consistent with their theory of the case. They were wrong again. So, how did we get here with these individuals charged? As I indicated, the linchpin of their case, and Mr. Wasowski talked about this in his opening statement, this 1207 telephone call between Steve Lawson and Brooks Houck, or Steve calls Brooks, coupled with the fact that that vehicle moves west, apparently down the Bluegrass Parkway is their theory. at the time, shortly after that telephone call. There are telephone calls that you'll see between Joey and Steve Lawson shortly after midnight. And their theory becomes that Joey Lawson has gone to move that car and it got a flat. And he calls Steve Lawson to come get him. And then that's what we see. Steve calls Brooks and then goes out to the vehicle location and picks up Joey Lawson. That's an interesting and compelling story. The problem is that this driving theory, this linchpin of their case, is absolutely wrong. And the evidence in this case will show you that it's absolutely wrong. By way of background, we're back to Heather Snelling now. Here's how she initially came into play.
He knows how computers work.
Steve Lawson
Okay.
was married back in 2015 to a lady named Tammy Lawson. They were married. At some point in 2014, before this, he and Tammy broke up for a while, and he and Heather Snelling began a dating relationship, romantic relationship. So much so that the two of them bought a car together in both of their names, a Chrysler 300 vehicle.
Somehow even more boring than the first guy.
Heather Snelling. You'll see documents that show that happened. Back on September 5th, 2014, Steve Lawson and Heather Snelling bought a 2013 Chrysler 300 together. Her testimony will be, we anticipate, based on earlier statements, that on July the 3rd, okay, let me back up. After they bought this car together, they broke up, which was a problem because they both had keys, they both wanted the car. Steve went back with Tammy, and Heather Snelling gets with another guy. But they both got keys to the Chrysler 300, and they both want the car. So it's a ridiculous thing that was going on. It just is what it is. They financed this car from those documents you'll see from Capital One Financing. So in July of 2015, Joey and Steve Lawson have a car. Joey Lawson has been driving it. And on July 3rd of 2015, Heather Snelling works the second shift at a factory, and she gets sick. And she leaves work early for her shift. And what she'll indicate is that her boyfriend at the time, Thomas Jennings, different guy, picks her up from work because she's sick and needs to go home. They stop at McDonald's on the way home, and then they drive by the 62 South Bar, which is a bar in Bardstown that lots of people went to lots of the time. But they drive by the bar, and she sees the Chrysler 300 because it's parked out there in front of the bar, and she recognizes it. She has her boyfriend drop her off. She's got a key. She gets the car and takes it, and he follows her out where they hide the car so Steve and Joey can't come snatch it back from them at Thomas Jennett's address where his relatives live. and behind the car. This is what Heather Snelling has told everybody. That address is 7645 Boston Road in Bardstown. And exhibit 19. This is the Bluegrass Parkway. This is where Crystal Rogers' vehicle is. This is Boston Road. It runs roughly parallel to the Bluegrass Parkway. This is the location, the address, where Heather Snelling indicated before she's looking at any maps or knows anything about any of this. Yeah, that's where the car. And then it was stolen back within 24 hours by Steve and Joey Lawson. Because Steve and Joe still had a key. As we said, trials are not about guesses or hunches or suspicions. They're about evidence. So, okay, what evidence do we have that that's actually what was going on when Steve Lawson's phone, after that 1207 phone call, moved west to Bardstown? What evidence is there other than what Heather Snelling says? Well, the FBI back in 2020, after hearing this, they subpoenaed Heather Snelling's work records for July 3rd, 2015. Let's see if she was sick. Let's see if she left early. And the answer to both of those is yes. She was sick, and the records indicate she left at 10:07 p.m. ill. Well, let's look at Steve Lawson's phone activity. What was he doing on his phone? At 11:50 p.m., should be exhibit 19A, Steve Lawson makes a telephone call. And that telephone call is the Capital One Finance. You'll see the phone records at the trial. And when you see that evidence, you'll need to ask yourself if that phone call is consistent with being in the middle of a murder conspiracy or calling Capital One to see if the car's been repossessed or what your rights are to take it back.
That is interesting.
His phone does begin to move west. You'll see from his phone activity, he does a people search, get addresses, and give addresses. You'll see that he gets on a website to search while the car's moving. And that website is capitalone.com. That's exhibit 20. It begins to become clear that Steve Lawson is going down Lawson Road to look for the Chrysler 300, and they either took it back that night or got it the next day. They were looking for it. Because there's text activity that we'll see between he and his wife, Tammy, that indicate clearly that the discussion is about the car. Tammy says, you need to call and see if it's stolen. Steve, I swear we do.
It's going to be a girl thing.
What other, oh, I'm sorry. Tammy, his wife, that night also calls Capital One 3 times and calls the Nelson County Sheriff's Department. What other evidence is there? Well, you're going to hear a lot of evidence about phone records in this case, and there's essentially 2 different kinds that will be involved in this case. The first we're going to say CDR, it's call detail records. And these are records that are generated by the provider for your cell phone that provide location information of the cell towers that your phone hits when you use it. So when I pull out my cell phone and make a call, my phone will connect, or I send a text, or I do a data search. My phone has to connect through regular waves to the tower. Exhibit 22 and 23. This is evidence that the Commonwealth provided in their report. These are, and you'll see more about this later, but these are the cell tower locations in Bardstown as they existed in 2015. This is the Bluegrass Parkway. This is Boston Road here. This is closer up of the Bluegrass Parkway. There are cell towers that go all the way down the Bluegrass Parkway. This is Boston Road. There are no cell towers in Boston Road. Okay. Some general rules that you're going to hear from people who know a lot more than the lawyers about the cell phone information. But some general rules that you're going to hear are that a call, text, or data, when I use my phone, the general rule, not always, but the general rule is it's going to connect to the closest tower, unless there's some reason it can't. The tower's full, or we'll go to another one. But the general rule is it connects to the closest tower. The second is that they will connect to the panel, a sector of the cell tower that is facing them. And let me explain that. Could we show the sector diagram? Okay. Cell towers, you'll hear from the experts in this case. This is the top of the cell tower. Just big cell towers you see all over town. It has three panels that are like receivers that take the radio waves in. And those are sectors, 103 degrees each. So they form pies. And it won't tell you, it won't pinpoint where a telephone is, but it gives you a really good idea of what direction the call or text is coming from, where the phone is shooting it off from. And the general rule is that it's going to go to the sector that it's facing. If I'm down here, it's going to hit this. It's not going to go around anything. Does that make sense? Now, the police have a gentleman who's going to testify about cell phone
I love that,
analysis in this case. And he generated some maps on the case to show the travel of Steve Lawson's phone as it moves west towards E-Town that night shortly after midnight. Can we show 25, please? This is from 12:18 a.m. to 12:25 a.m. Steve Lawson's telephone as it travels, the map that is generated by the police officer for the Commonwealth in this case. And what you'll see, these show the sectors that the phone is hitting off of. This is the Bluegrass Parkway down here. This is the vehicle location. What you'll see is if you take a simplistic view and you just look at the cell tower it's hitting, it looks like, because of the placement of the cell towers, this car is going straight down the Bluegrass Parkway. It hits this tower, this tower, this tower. They're right there next to the Bluegrass Parkway. That's where he is. The problem is there's a lot more to it. Because as you can see from the map, this cell tower is located south of the Bluegrass Parkway. But these two are north. And the information, it's a long string of numbers. It tells you exactly what panel, at what second that call hits on that tower. And what you'll see is his activity every single time during his movement hits here, facing north. And this is Boston. Can we do the next slide, please? Their expert also did a map of the car. Remember, it travels back from mile marker 14 as well. Here it is from 12:25 a.m. through 12:31 a.m.
I think a lot of people involved are hot messes.
Coming back to Bardstown, heading north.
That is very interesting about Steve Lawson, though.
On this particular map, this is the Bluegrass Parkway. This is one of the data points from Steve Lawson's phone. This is Boston Road. You'll see this tower hits, but this tower up north, you're going to hear testimony that it hits on one time. It's too far away to reasonably even reach the Bluegrass Parkway. Now, the second kind of cell phone data that you can hear about, I'm going to call it NELOS because that's the acronym that they use for AT&T network providers. It's network location data. It's a little bit different than the CDR cell tower stuff that we talked about. NELOS gives specific information about the whereabouts of a device, not the cell tower, but it's trying to find the device along with a timestamp. And this particular type of data is gathered by cell phone companies to try to pinpoint for proprietary reasons where a device might be to send coupons or to see where you shop or do those types of things. Some NELOS data is reliable. Some of it is not. And you're going to hear testimony about that. The distinction is, the way the expert will describe it is, NELOS data will try to pinpoint a device, and it will give you an estimated radius of where you could expect that device to be. And some of those radiuses are small, and some of them are really big. Our expert will tell you, he'll tell you why much better than me. But if you have a radius that the NELOS data is suggesting that is greater than 600 meters, it's not reliable because it is just using one cell tower to gather that information. That's the simple explanation for it. If the radius is that
Cell phone
NELOS
data
information gives
Lawson.
you is 600 meters or less, it is highly reliable. And the reason it's highly reliable is because at that point, when you start getting a radius of 600 or less, the device is being triangulated or multilaterated by several towers, which increases the accuracy astronomically and tell you where that device is. The NELOS location data in this case was subpoenaed and gathered by the Commonwealth in this case because they do it all the time in investigations because it's reliable. Plugging that data that the Commonwealth collected for the NELOS through the years of investigation on this case and looking only at hits that are 600 or less, the reliable hits. Can we show the exhibit 28, please? This is Steve Lawson's phone. At 12:07, 12:07, and 12:08, 3 separate contacts. Hits.
Oh, that's
This
interesting.
is Boston Road. This is the Bluegrass Parkway down here. These two mellows, radiuses are 300 meters, and this one is 100 meters, and they're all right on top of Boston Road. On the way by, I'm sorry, that's it. We have 2 mellows hits, 600 meters. This is Boston Road. This is where the Chrysler is located. This is the Bluegrass Parkway.
I mean, based on my coverage of Steve Lawson, I didn't buy the conspiracy charge. Of course, we'll watch that trial and see with our own eyes. But these are this is why trials are important. So you can see what they're talking about. It's interesting.
Scientific evidence in this case is overwhelming. Mr. Lasowski mentioned something about witnesses talking about a car being there at 10:30 p.m. You're going to hear from on the Bluegrass. You're going to hear from Detective Snow that he received literally thousands of tips. In this case, people were seeing Crystal Rogers all over the country. They were seeing the car on the Bluegrass on Saturday, off the Bluegrass on Saturday. You can find any witness from that box of tips that remembers things a certain way. The scientific evidence in this case can't be changed. Mr. Lasowski asked you to use your God-given common sense in this case. We're going to beg you to use it. We absolutely agree and ask you to use your common sense in this case. Mr. Houck has been under indictment for approaching 2 years now, charged with this crime, as has Mr. Lawson. The most recent search, based on a different government theory in this case, happened 8 months ago. It's different than the one at Thompson Hill. Acting on information they again thought was reliable, the FBI searched 2 properties on Whiteside Road in Nelson County. They were formerly owned by the House. And they brought out tents, excavators, heavy equipment, incredible manpower, anthropologists, dozens of vehicles, agents, and deputy sheriffs, and they dug and dug, searched and searched for 3 days. And again, they didn't find it. They were wrong again. So as we sit here today, after 10 years now, every resource available to modern law enforcement, hundreds of thousands of man-hours and millions of dollars. Where the case stands today is that there's no sign of Crystal Rogers' body. There's no evidence of any kind of how she may have been killed. There's not one piece of physical evidence pointing to a crime scene in Nelson County or anywhere else. There's no murder weapon. There's not one eyewitness who would say they saw her torn. What they have is the very same knee-jerk suspicion of Brooks Houck that they had in the early days of this investigation. And what they've added is a former worker, a former girlfriend, who've given hopelessly inconsistent statements under shocking interrogation tactics. Their entire theory about how this happened in the early morning hours of July 4th is destroyed by one item. Ladies and gentlemen, trials are not about assumptions, guesses, speculation, or even rage. They can't be. They're about facts and evidence. We're going to ask that you look very closely at the evidence in this case. And we're convinced that if you do that, you're going to find Brooks Houck and Lawson not guilty. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take another break now. We've been going for a little bit here. The same admonitions are in place to not discuss this case among
No, I found that very interesting, actually. They talk about Steve Lawson a lot, even though it's not his trial. So that's interesting. Also, I don't know, do they have trank guns on cow and pig farms? I would think yes.
We'll take a 15-minute break. You may go with the
But do these people have like access to tranks or perhaps animal medicine that maybe could have been used to render Crystal unconscious or something like that? Never really thought about that before. I will say the location of Steve's phone is
recess till 11:32.
very interesting. I wonder if they brought that up.
So what you're saying, Kylie, is that after Eli was born, you're not seeing this.
Oh, okay.
There are
Not.
things
Here's
that
the annoying part, you guys. So for some reason, this channel that I will be using, it's a news source, they have the whole day messed up. As a matter of fact, they're missing half of it. So now I have to switch over to this other one. And I'm going to warn you now. It is the video quality. I don't understand why it's so bad and messed up, but it is. Sorry about the loud background there. But it's what we got for today. All the rest of the days, though, have been checked and are good to go. But for some reason, this day wasn't. So I very much apologize for the quality of this video. You'll see. You'll see. But we will be watching this for the rest of the day, which means it's a longer day than I was planning on. So the first witness actually is Crystal's daughter. So this is probably going to be, it's probably going to be rough, just to let y'all know. So I apologize again for the video quality. I don't understand why it's like this, but it's what we have to work with. Let me make sure closed captions on. Yes. See what I mean? Why is it like that? None of the other news sources are like that.
Now the openings are over. I was just going to invoke the rule.
Okay, I'm going to show at this time the rules being invoked, so there's to be no witnesses in the courtroom. One thing I was going to ask you, during lunch, if you don't mind, the witness we were talking about earlier today was Miss Cameron, Shelley Kramer.
I do like that we get to hear the
statement. My memory is she gave some handwritten statement. I'd like to see that before I.
Yes, sir.
That
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
I've got it. I can send it to you right now. I've got it. I just printed it.
I can't multitask. You can send it to me here now. So.
Okay, I'll do it. Well, then I won't. I'll keep doing what I'm doing. Nothing.
Appreciate it. Mr. Young, call your first witness.
Kylie Emmett.
The rules of the
Why is their video jumping like this? It doesn't even make any sense. There's no problem with the other one. So,
If you come forward, please. I need you to please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm
she
the
looks so pretty
testimony
in her
you are
dress.
about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You'll have a seat right over there. Please answer all questions asked of you.
go ahead and introduce yourself, ladies and gentlemen, jury, please.
I'm Kylie Finley. I'm 24 years old, and Crystal Rogers is my mom.
Okay. And how old were you in July of 2015?
14.
14. All right. And tell me about your family.
I mean, she's
All right.
24
Brothers
now.
and sisters.
There's 5 of us. I have an older sister. Her name's Ashley. There's me, Kylie, and then I have a sister named Tori, and a brother named Trenton, and a little brother named Eli.
Okay, so there's 5 of them. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Eli, is that the father of Eli? Is that Brooks Houck?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with Brooks Houck?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with Joseph Lawson?
No.
Okay. And so you were 14 in 2015. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Back in 2015. Tell me about your relationship with your mom back in 2015.
We were really close. I got really close with my mom at the end. She was like my best friend, and I was always with her.
All right. And tell me a little bit about your mom, some stuff your mom liked to do, or stuff you all did together.
We always went to Manuel Martin's house and played Aggravation. It's a board game, and we played Face 10.
All right. And your mom disappeared in 2015. Is that correct?
Yes.
July.
Yes.
All right. And who, after she disappeared, who did you live with?
My name was Sherry, my mom's mom.
Okay. And did the rest of the kids live with her as well?
Yes, except for Eli.
Okay. And tell me a little bit about how you come to meet the defendant.
My mom rented a house from him, and he would come over sometimes, and then my mom got pregnant, and then we moved in with him.
Okay. And you moved in with him after your mom got pregnant with Eli. Is that what you
Yes.
said? Okay. And tell me about when you first moved in with the defendant.
It was good. He was nice. He taught me how to deal cards. He even talked about adopting me and changing my name to Kylie Houck.
Okay. And was that special to you?
Yeah, I never had a father figure before, and I thought, oh, okay, this is somebody that's actually going to step up to the plate.
And was that before Eli?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about after Eli was born.
When Eli was born, it got rough at home. It wasn't easy. There was a lot of changes. Like, Brooks wanted Eli to have his own room. So he told me and my sister that we would have our own room in the basement. It wasn't finished, so he was going to finish it for us, and that's every girl's dream, is to have an unfinished huge bedroom. He never finished it. I was laying in bed one night, and I had woken up, and there were centipedes crawling on the wall. So I no longer wanted to sleep in there.
I would not sleep down there either, girl. Centipedes? No, thank you.
2 things. First, we're going to object to this answer. It certainly isn't probative of anything and is highly prejudicial. I don't know what relevance this has, but I mean, the first part is certainly relevant. But secondly, in reviewing this witness's statements, I mean, she said a number of things that would be 404 bad acts, issues with the other children, and bad behavior by Brooks. We're going to object to any of that coming in.
I'll move on. What I'll do is, what I'll do is I'm just going to say that so things got deteriorated, and then I'll just move on.
Perfect.
Is that okay?
Yes.
So what you're saying, Kylie, is that after Eli was born, you're not saying it's Eli's fault.
No.
That things deteriorated around the house. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. Now, do you remember July 3rd of 2015?
No.
Okay. And do you remember where you stayed that weekend?
Yes, I stayed with my mom, Kathy.
Your Mamaw Kathy. And when did you go to Mamaw Kathy's house?
July 3rd.
Okay. That evening?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember what your mom and the defendant were going to do that evening?
I don't.
Okay. And what about the 4th of July Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. Were you still at your Grandma Kathy's?
Yes.
Okay. And did you try to get a hold of your mom?
Yes.
How?
I called her and she didn't answer.
I feel like it might have to do with like disciplining, or I don't know. I don't know, but I need to know.
I'm going to show you some text messages. I don't want you to read them out loud or anything. I just want you to look through them. Okay. Clearly a conversation. Who's texting? Okay, who are you texting?
My mom?
Okay, do those accurately reflect the text? Okay, almost exhibit 1 is that.
Any objection to 1? Official comments 1 is introduced at this time. You wish to publish to the jury?
Yes.
It may be published to the jury.
Sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't muted yet. I'm sorry.
Now, I'm going to show you this. It's been admitted. Could you tell me what day is that?
7/4/2015.
Okay, and what time?
11:15.
All right, and who are you texting?
My mom.
Okay, and what did you say?
Hope y'all had fun last night. Love you.
Okay, and then did you text her after that?
Yes.
Okay, we're not going to read all the text, but what were you texting your mom about?
I wanted to go stay at a friend's house for a little bit.
Okay, and did you ever receive a response back from your mother?
No.
Okay. Now, talking about your mother, I want you to take a look. Let me show you some defense counsel real quick. Sorry. I'm going to mark these as almost exhibit 2 and 3. And Callie, I'm going to show you what I marked as common exhibit 2 and 3. Just take a look at these for me. And what are those?
The first one's my mom, and the second one's my mom and Eli.
Okay, do they fairly and accurately represent the way you remember your mom?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I move to introduce Commonwealth Exhibit 2 and 3.
Any objection? Okay, sure. 2 and 3 are introduced at this time.
Now, did you also call your mom?
Yes.
Okay, and tell me what happened when you would call your mom.
She wouldn't answer.
Okay, would it ring?
I don't remember.
Okay, and we saw the text, but you never got a response, correct?
No.
Okay, did you ever try to get a hold of the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, how did you try to get a hold of the defendant?
I texted him.
Okay, and when was that? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay, was it that weekend?
Yes.
Okay, and how many times did you text him, if you can remember?
I don't remember.
Was it more than once or just once?
More than once.
Okay, and did you ever receive a response back from the defendant?
No.
What were you texting him? What were you texting him about?
Going to a friend's house.
Okay, and is that what you were texting your mom about as well?
Yes.
Okay, and did you go to the friend's house?
Yes.
Okay, and that evening, were you still with Mamaw Kathy?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go back to the house then?
Yes, I went back to the house on Saturday night.
Okay, how late was it?
It was dark outside.
Okay, and what were you going back to the house for?
To get a dress for church.
For church on Sunday?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about the house when you got there.
I walked in, it was dark. I went to my mom and Brooks'
I'm gonna
room.
stop you there. Did you have a key to the house?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember?
I don't think I ever had a key.
Okay. Do you remember? Was the door locked?
No.
Okay. Did you go in the house?
Yes.
Okay. And was any lights on in the house?
No.
Okay. And what did you do when you went in the house?
I walked in the house and I opened my mom and Brooks' door, and Brooks jumped out of the bed, and we went in the living
You opened
room.
the door to what?
My mom and Brooks' bedroom.
Okay, the bed.
The bedroom. And Brooks jumped up, and we stepped outside, and I asked where my mom was, and he said she's out with Sabrina,
And who's Sabrina?
my cousin.
Okay. And he told you she was out with her?
Mhm.
Did you question that?
No,
Okay, why not?
because my mom and Sabrina were really close.
Okay. Did you see Eli?
No.
Okay. Was it dark in the room?
Yes.
And after did you get a dress?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do after that?
We left.
And when did you learn that your mom had disappeared?
On Sunday when I wanted to come back home, I couldn't get a hold of her.
Okay. Now, how often would you talk to your mom?
Every day,
Okay. How many times is that?
all day.
All right. And how often did your mom have Eli?
All the time.
Did your mom work?
Yes, and when she went to work, he would stay with me and my other siblings.
Okay. So when she didn't have him, he was with you?
Yep.
And Judge, I don't have any further questions this time.
Any cross?
No questions.
No questions? Any questions? May this witness be family excused or she's subject to recall? Family excused? You're family excused. That means you can remain in the courtroom if you wish to.
I mean, if Kaylee ever wants to come on here and talk shit about Brooks,
Christina.
open invitation, babe.
Christina, Polly.
Open invitation. You can come on here and say all the things they didn't let you say in court. Yes. My hand is for her and the other siblings, the whole family. It's just,
Can I approach it? You may.
This witness has some medical issues. She has a feeding tube, and she had to step out to flush out the tube. So, if that's okay, I think.
My stomach's still on Eastern time. But you
Yes.
Why don't we go ahead and take a break? What time you want to be back? Just give them like 1 o'clock.
Whatever the court thinks.
1 o'clock. Okay. Brandon? Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, what we're going to do is go ahead and take a lunch break at this point. The same admonitions are going to be in place. Do not discuss.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Dave. I agree.
You can raise your right hand forward. That's good right there. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You have a seat right over there. Mr. Wasowski, proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Holland.
Hi,
Tell the ladies and gentlemen, Joe, what your name is, and what town you live in right now.
Christina Hawley in Bardstown, Kentucky.
All right, you get my
Get
voice
closer.
can probably hear off the highway there.
Okay.
You make sure they hear you well. And Ms. Holly, I talked to you for a minute before we took a lunch break.
Mhm.
I don't want to get into all your health businesses and stuff, but you do have some abdomen, I'm not pronouncing that right,
I just got a J tube, a feeding tube.
feeding tube.
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to tell the jury that in case you get
Yeah,
something happens, they know we're not.
yeah.
They are.
I
That's-
just had the surgery like 3 weeks ago. Still healing.
all right. I hope you get well and back on your feet again.
Thank you.
All right. Now, did you know Crystal Rogers?
I
And if
did.
you did, tell the lady, John, how'd you get to know her when you first met her, what the circumstances were?
I met Crystal through my friend Miranda. We met and we just clicked. We were friends for many years.
All right. She had children.
Yes,
You had children.
I do.
You had some children about the same age.
Yes, my oldest, Taylor, is just a few weeks older than Eli.
All right. And did y'all spend time together with the kids?
We did,
All right.
and she was the babysitter to my oldest.
Tell us a little bit about what you observed about Crystal and her children. We talked about that, you and I, a while back, didn't we?
Yes, Crystal was an amazing mother
Was she frequently with her kids?
all the time.
What about Eli?
They were glued to the hip.
They were hooked up at the hips?
Yes,
All right. And we're talking about Eli and Crystal.
yes,
Did you know Brooks Houck, one of the defendants in this case today?
I did.
All right. How do you know Brooks Houck?
He is best friends with my cousin's husband.
All right.
I grew up calling him Uncle Brooks.
Okay. All right. Were you still involved or with him after Eli was born?
Yes,
What about before Eli was born?
yes.
Did they have a relationship at that time?
When Eli was born,
Before they were born? Before Eli was born, it was an artful question. Before Eli was born, did they have a relationship? Your observation.
yes,
All right. And she became pregnant.
yes,
All right. And it was around the same time you had a child too.
yes. We were pregnant at the same time.
All right. Did you ever have any conversations with Mr. Houck about the fact that he now is the father of a baby? He's
Yes,
going to be.
yes. We had multiple conversations.
All right. How did he feel about the fact that he was going to be a father?
The initial conversation, he wasn't very excited. I guess the nervousness and the conversation was she already had many children and he just wasn't ready. And then later on in the pregnancy, really after I had my daughter, they were there at the hospital. He lit up and he was more okay with the idea.
All right. Now, I want to take you back in time for the jury on July 3rd, 2015. You know why that's an important date?
I do.
Why is that?
I was at Crystal's house.
All right. Is this the morning or afternoon, if you can remember?
Probably about midday.
All right. Who's there with you? Crystal there?
Crystal, Eli, Tori, and Trenton.
All right. Did Crystal have a cell phone?
She did.
She always keep it with her?
Well, it was around, yes.
All right. And Eli played with it some?
Yes, and he was in his diaper that day and he had her phone.
All right. And the day you're talking about is July 3rd, around 10 when you were there.
Yes.
All right. How come you worked, didn't you?
At the time, I was a manager for a landscape company.
All right. Is that in Bardstown?
It was in Shepherdsville.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
It was raining that day, so we left work early. I went to go pick up my daughter, who was just a few houses up from Crystal, but they were not home. So I just asked Crystal if I could come over and hang out.
All right. You hanged out?
Yep.
Is that something you all did frequently with one another?
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't anything unusual.
No.
But it was raining like heck that day?
Maybe not raining like heck, but it was raining on and off. It started with a sprinkle and then enough to where we couldn't mow.
How long did you stay at Crystal's that morning on July the 3rd of 2015?
Maybe 2 hours.
All right. Now later, let's move forward a little bit. You had contact with her about maybe getting together for some pizza or something of that sort.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking
I
about?
do.
All right. Tell the jury what you're talking about there. What I'm talking about, rather.
We had talked about going to Mr. Gaddy's. I was going to take my daughter, and then she was going to bring her kids. But she had told me that they were going to be kid free. And I had said, so y'all are going to have sexy time. She said yes. And then we discussed on that Sunday to go to Chuck E. Cheese instead.
Okay. All right. So let me go back over and make sure we're talking. She told you the she you're talking about is Crystal.
Yes.
All right. And you and your children were going to go and have a little Gaddy's.
Yes.
All right. And you asked her if she wanted to tag along.
Yes.
And what did she say?
She said no, that they were going to be kid free that night.
Uh-huh.
And then I said, so y'all are going to have sexy time.
All right.
And she said yes.
All right. So when you said that, did you understood what she was talking about was she and Brooks would be together then? Kind of a romantic get together.
Yes.
And that's why you said, I hope you have a sexy time.
Yes.
Now, actually, you and I have been talking. It was actually text, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
All right. Let me show this to the other attorneys for a moment.
I think that's the first time I've heard sexy time used in court. That's what I call it too.
I'm sorry. I apologize, counsel.
My bathroom's actually close to being done, which is amazing. It's not very big though. So.
And Ms. Hall, I want you to take a look at that. Don't say anything, but what I want you to do now is just check and see if you recognize that.
Speaking of Chuck E. Cheese, did you guys see the news that somebody that dresses as the mouse got arrested in Florida in costume? It's really weird. I don't know why they would do that in front of all the children, but they did. So. Zoe, sorry, babes.
You recognize all these
Oh, I'm
text?
sorry. Yes.
All right. They truly and accurately portray your communication that day of July 3rd, 2015.
Yes.
All right, Judge, I move that be admitted as exhibit number 4, and I be permitted to have her read that to the jury.
Any objection to 4?
No objection.
Shows introduced at this
Thank you,
time.
counsel. All right, that's exhibit number 4 for the record. Did you see the text and everything?
Yes.
All right, what date is that?
The July 3rd.
Of 2015?
Yes.
All right, go ahead. Read your first one. Who's the author of each one?
First one is me. Hey,
Alright.
we can't go to Chuck E. Cheese tomorrow, so Tim wants to go tonight. Can you all go too?
All right, who are you talking about? Can you all go too?
Crystal. She
Sure.
replied, no, sorry, we have no kids. I said, oh, we'll have sexy time then, LOL. She replied, we haven't been kid free in forever. I said, well, enjoy it. And she said, we can go Sunday.
Oh, okay. All right. So is that the last time you had correspondence with this young lady?
I believe so.
Now, just a couple more questions. Was there ever a conversation between yourself and Brooke about what would happen to Eli if they broke up or separated from one another romantically?
Yes.
And that, are you talking to Brooks in this instance?
Our conversation on the porch. Yes.
All right, go ahead. What do you recall about that?
Brooke stopped coming around. And me and Crystal were talking about it. So me and Brooks had a conversation outside on Crystal's front porch. I asked him what was going on. And I asked him, I guess, what type of dad he's going to be, if he's going to be around, what their goal is moving forward. At the time, it was he was going to stay at his house, she was going to stay at hers. They were going to share Eli. If a situation had happened between them, I had said it's hard to get a child away from the mother. And he said, well, I have enough money to do it. And then the question that I asked was referring to the men that me and him know together. One's a good dad, one's not. And he said that he would always be in Eli's life, no matter what.
Was he concerned that there might be something happening there between him and Crystal that would affect his relationship with Eli?
Excuse me, Mr. Sassy,
All right.
before you let you go.
You may.
Your Honor, the question, as I understood it, was Brooks concerned about this matter?
Stick to the words that were said, not
Right.
not trying to come up with some type of feeling.
What he was thinking.
Whatever he said, make you relevant.
I'm sorry, Jim.
All right. I got it. Yeah, I got his answer. I'll strike that. Move on.
Thank you.
I do love that we get to hear it all. These nerd clusters are amazing,
If
guys.
you recall, is Holly, approximately when did this conversation occur?
It was before Eli was born.
Oh, okay. All right. And did you have, let me strike that, let me phrase it another way. Did you ever have any conversations in which you and Brooks, we're talking about Brooks, talked about, custody of Eli or anything of that sort? Did any of that come up in any conversations you had? And if so, what was the nature of those conversations?
It started with my situation with my oldest, and my situation led into that conversation, and it's hard to take a child away from the mother, and the response was he had enough money to do so.
Was there any time that you're with Brooks, okay, and in which he made remarks that were derogatory about Crystal in some fashion?
Can we approach the bench, Judge? I'm sorry.
You may.
Yes. I'm not sure exactly where he's headed with this, but if he's trying to get into prior bad acts or
No.
talking bad, okay.
I'm trying not to lead her. He at one time had indicated that he thought Crystal was beneath them, and that was just a remark. I can ask her that. I was trying not to lead the question, but I'm not looking at a 404B, some kind of act of violence or some kind of. But he did tell her at one time that he saw her as someone beneath him, status-wise.
What type of time frame are we talking about?
Well, I can ask that too.
There's no foundation for it, right? Any time frame. And additionally, a comment like that is very little probative value and a significant amount of prejudicial effect. We would object to that question and answer.
Well, it goes to the relationship that they had.
I'll limit to the scope of within early 2015 to July. Was there anything said?
Okay, I'll ask that first.
I'm going to limit to that scope. So,
All right. And you're saying
you can ask
keep it around 15.
Keep it in 2015.
And then my questions, I think some of that, I apologize. I want to focus on 2015, okay?
Okay.
Was there any conversations that you and Brooks had in which he expressed something derogatory about Crystal? And this is only if this is sometime in 15 up to when she disappeared that such a conversation occurred. If you don't know, that's the answer.
Well, again, I guess
Okay.
I don't know.
All right, no, that's the answer. Let me look at my other stuff here. Let me check with my colleagues in just a moment. Ms. Holland. Yes. All right, this one. Is that it? Yes. Just a couple of questions, Ms. Holly. In the time that you were around after Eli was born, did you see Brooks out in public taking care of Eli?
No.
Did it appear to you, if so, that Brooks did not go out in public with Crystal?
No. To my knowledge, they didn't go out in public together.
Why not? If you know, don't guess.
Oh, well, I mean, I know what I've been told, but it was Crystal wasn't.
I'm sorry. Is there objection?
There is.
Okay, I'll sustain. That's some foundation here.
You can't use other people's words other than Brooks.
Right. It was Brooks's
It was
words.
Brooks's words? Okay.
There was comments about Crystal's hair and how she's a mother of 4 and Mama don't like that.
And who said that?
Brooks did.
His mom didn't like her hair.
I'll check with my colleagues just for a moment. Okay.
Then she said blonde hair. Wow.
Council may ask some questions. You extend the same courtesy.
I'm sorry.
The counsel for Mr. Brooks and Mr. Lawson may have some questions of you. Just extend the same courtesy.
Any cross?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Holly. I just have a few questions for you. I apologize in advance. Some of these are maybe a little bit embarrassing for you. You gave a couple of statements to law enforcement through the course of this investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I've got that back in on July 8th of 2015, you talked to the Nelson County Sheriff's Department, John Snow, correct? And on June 24th, 2019, you talked to the FBI. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Those statements were recorded, and I'm going to ask you some questions about your statements to them.
Okay.
On July 3rd, 2015, in the afternoon, you went to Crystal's house as you testified, correct?
Yes.
All right. You spoke with her there. You knew she had plans at that time, but nothing about her being kid-free while you were there visiting her, correct?
I didn't know about them having plans until later on that night. We had made plans talking while I was there.
Okay. And do you recall telling John Snow, I didn't know she was going to be kid-free because the kids were there. And I talked to Tori about maybe going to Chuck E. Cheese. She was like, oh, yeah. But I mean, I didn't know they were going to be kid-free. So you didn't know it at that time while you were there at the house, right?
Right.
You didn't
Yeah,
know that till later when you texted, correct? Okay. And you texted her from Gail's driveway later on your way to Chuck E. Cheese about 5:30. Is that right?
Mr. Gaddy's, yes.
I'm sorry. Okay. That's when you got the kid-free response, correct?
Yes.
Now, in the time prior to this, Crystal had not been taking your calls quite as frequently. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as you described it to the investigators, you told them that when you called, she would hit the FU button on her phone and not answer, right?
Yes.
And you talked to her about that. I told her every time I call you, you hit the FU button, right?
Yes.
And the reason for that, as you told the FBI, was that you had a problem with pills. Is that right?
It was recreational, yes. She was upset with me.
Okay. Recreational use, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. What you indicated to the FBI was I was doing pills. I was off doing my own thing. We didn't really talk as much as we had been. Do you remember telling the FBI that?
Yes.
Okay. Remember telling the FBI that you hadn't been talking to her. It wasn't an everyday thing like it had been. They say, why was that? You say, I was on pills. I was being stupid. You remember
Yes.
that? Okay. Crystal knew that you were having problems, and she told you, in your words, to straighten your ass up. Is that correct?
Yes, she did.
Now, on July 3rd, the day that you went by her house, that you testified to, you were driving around her neighborhood, correct?
I was going to get my daughter in the same neighborhood. Yes.
Okay. And what you indicated to the FBI was that you were driving around the neighborhood, you had your daughter in the car, and you were having withdrawals at that time from pills. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. I didn't have my daughter. The July 3rd, when I went to her house after work, I did not have my daughter.
And that's your recollection as you sit here today, correct?
That's correct. I didn't pick up my daughter until afterwards.
After you were at Crystal's?
Correct.
Okay, and let me ask if you remember this, and if you don't, we've got the clip and we can play it, okay?
Okay.
You told the FBI in 2019, I was on my pills, I had diarrhea, I had to poop really bad, Gail wasn't home, so I called Crystal. Said to her, I got to poop, can I come in?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pooping and we're talking. So you were.
I did not have pooping on my bingo card.
I was not using. I had already been coming off of them, and I had diarrhea.
From detoxing from pills, is that correct?
Days after, yes.
Okay. And
Again,
that's
recreational.
okay. So you were using recreational, and then when you were detoxing, one of the symptoms of that obviously is diarrhea, right?
Yes.
So that's what you were suffering from at the time you were at Crystal's house, right?
Yes, I had a poop, and I went there and I pooped, and we talked.
So then you leave, you all talk, and then you leave after that. And you, this evening, you're still in this detox condition. You text Crystal and ask her if her and her young child want to go with you and your daughter to eat pizza, correct?
Ask that question again.
You texted her to see if they wanted to go out with you, right?
Yes.
I talk about it all
And
the
that's
time.
when you got the response, no, sorry, no kids.
Yes.
I mean, I imagine like she probably just isn't embarrassed about it because like she has a feeding tube and everything. Like she has other things that are more, you know, potentially
And before Eli
sensitive for
she
her.
testified
But it
just a
doesn't
minute
seem
ago
like
on
she's bothered to
direct.
talk about her addiction or
You had
the
a
consequences
conversation
of
with
that.
Brooks. He said he planned on always being in Eli's life, even if they split up, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
The news did not report that she went there to poop.
Any redirect?
No, sir.
Any questions from any jurors of this witness? May this witness be family excused.
Yes, sir.
If you're family excused, you can remain or leave, whatever you wish to do, okay? Call your next witness.
Amanda Greenwell.
Amanda Greenwell. And if you'll come up this way right here, raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am. If you have a seat right over there, please sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you. Mr. Lisowski, proceed when you're ready.
Greenwell. I'd like to your name and where you live.
Mr. Lisowski, we can't hear you. I think your microphone's
Like when he said, like, I think this might be embarrassing for you. I was like, what could it possibly be about? Oh, pooping. Love that.
Let me get that question back again so we can all hear it. Could you tell them your name, please, and what town you live
Amanda Greenwell, Bardstown, Kentucky.
in? Were you acquainted with Crystal Rogers?
Yes, she is kin to me.
So how, tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, your relationship with Miss Rogers. How did you all meet? What kind of relationship do you have?
She is my second cousin, both on my mom's side and my dad's side.
All right. And did you all at times share the same housing? Did you?
Wait a second. She's her second cousin on her mom's side and her dad's side?
Yes, there was times that we lived together.
What's that
I
mean?
stayed with her multiple times at multiple locations. And then she stayed with me as well at one of my residences.
Did you help with the children? Did she have children when you were with Crystal Rogers in those years?
Yes.
All right. Did you babysit? Did you take responsibility for some of those children?
I mean, that would
as
make
well?
her like
Yes.
her parents' first cousins, right?
Was Eli part of that family as well?
No, I
Or
never
first cousin
babysat.
on both the mom and the
Did you
dad's?
get any communication,
Is that what that
contact,
means?
or
I think
anything
so.
with Eli?
No, I mean, it was very brief.
All right.
I've seen him maybe 2 or 3 times.
All right. I want to take you to July the 3rd of 2015. And were you in Walgreens at that time?
No, Walmart.
Walmart. I'm sorry. Excuse me. All right. Who was with you?
Me, 2 of my daughters, and my mom.
All right. And did you all run into Crystal?
Yes.
All right. Did you have some talking time with her?
Yes.
Okay.
Twice, actually.
All right. And you have a child that's going to be birthday in August of that year.
Yes, her first birthday.
All right. Do you have a conversation with Crystal about the
It's a fair point.
birthday? It's coming
But
up in
also,
a little less than a month.
Yes.
Kentucky.
Tell the jury what we're talking about.
She
Just
was
kidding,
going
my
to help
Kentucky
me
fans.
plan the birthday party. We picked a theme, and she was going to help me make decorations and basically clothes for the party.
All right. And did she make clothes?
Yes, she had made Molly dresses, 3 dresses prior to.
And Molly is the young lady we're talking about. His birthday's coming up in August.
Yes.
Okay. She had some, I'm not pronouncing it right, embroidery equipment.
Yes.
All right. Did she use that at times to provide your daughter with some clothing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And was she planning on doing so in a few weeks when your daughter's birthday showed up in August, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, in the course of that time, you are in it's Walmart.
Yes.
All right. So you're in Walmart, and you are talking. Did she get some phone calls?
Yes.
All right. And did she tell you from those phone calls there was a plan?
Yeah, she had told me the plan prior to the phone calls.
Tell me what we're talking about.
I'd asked her what her weekend plans were because it was a holiday weekend. She had told me that night her and Brooks was going on a surprise date night. She didn't know what it was or where they was going. But she was, surprised, but she was excited about it.
All right. What was her demeanor? I think you just said it. How did you sense talking with her, how she reacted to this opportunity?
She was very excited.
All right. Let me check with my colleague. Wait for one moment here. Do you remember that Friday the 3rd, what the weather was like there in Bardstown?
It was raining.
Most of the day, part of it?
Yes.
Yes, meaning what?
Most of the day.
All right. Did she say where they were going to hook up for this kids-free get-together that on July the 3rd? She ever say anything about where they were going?
No, not
What
pertaining.
restaurant, anything like that?
No, not pertaining to the date.
Let me check with my colleagues for just a minute. Ms. Greenwell, bear with me just a second, see if they have some questions.
Like all of the witnesses are a mess. Like most of them were all on drugs at the time, which is not great for the credibility at all. At all. So, and the Commonwealth,
You were talking with.
it's not great.
Yeah.
Let me start the question over again so everybody can hear it. Did she, when you were talking about having this romantic get together and she was excited about it, did she indicate who was going to take care of Eli?
No, she never stated who.
Never came up.
No.
Okay.
Maybe. By the way, the jury does get to ask questions, you
Did she
guys.
ever say anything?
I haven't
about
yet.
babysitter
I get to.
for Eli that night? Did
No.
you? Nothing?
Nothing.
That's all I have at this time, Judge.
Any cross?
Very brief. Hi, good afternoon, Ms. Greenwell.
Hello.
Very few questions. So when you saw Miss Rogers at 4:35 o'clock on July 3rd, is that correct?
No, the time was not correct.
What time was it? It's afternoon, correct?
It was, I would say, between 3 and 3:30.
And you're there with your mother and you see her, correct?
When I first seen her, I was not with my mom. My mom was in a different section of the store the first time.
And she advised you that she had a date with Brooks, correct?
Yes.
And in the course of that conversation, she didn't tell you what that date entailed, correct?
She just stated that it was a surprise date.
She didn't tell you whether she had childcare for Eli, correct?
No details.
And you didn't have any conversations about that date or any details after it, correct?
No, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any cross?
Yeah.
Any redirect?
We might have just 30 seconds to check. Thank you, Judge. That's all I have, Judge.
Any questions from any jurors? May this witness be found excused or she's subject to recall?
Yes.
Found excused? Excused. Found excused?
Yes, sir.
You're found excused. You may go or remain, whatever you wish to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
John Snow.
John Snow.
Yes.
You'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. If you have a seat right over there, please sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you.
It's our favorite Jon Snow. His watch has begun. Nothing.
Good afternoon. Would you please introduce yourself to those young jury?
Sir, my name is Jonathan Snow.
All right, and currently where are you employed?
Currently, I work for the Bullitt County Sheriff's Department.
Okay, and how long have you worked there?
since December of last year.
Okay, and do you currently reside in the Nelson County area?
Yes, I still reside in the Chaplain area of Nelson County.
All right, let's talk about previous law enforcement experience. Have you been, prior to working at Bullitt County Sheriff's Office, have you worked at other police departments?
Yes, I started my career with the city of Taylorsville way back in 1997. Worked there for a couple of years. Worked a short stint at Bardstown City Police Department and went to work for the Nelson County Sheriff's Department in, I believe it was July of 2000. Worked there for about 5 years. And then I went to work for the Louisville Metro Police Department. Worked there for 2 years and went back to Nelson County where I retired from.
Okay, and let's talk a little bit about Nelson County. Describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury just kind of the makeup of Nelson County as it relates to the population.
Sure. So we have, in 2015, we had just over 40,000 people, I think. They're about between 40 and 45,000. I don't remember exactly, but Bardstown is the center, the capital of Nelson County, if you will, the biggest city. And then we have three other incorporated cities, city of Bloomfield, which I live close by, city of New Haven, and the city of Fairfield. And then we have a couple of unincorporated townships.
Okay, so it's for the most part, it's a pretty rural community.
Correct.
Okay, and it's
A lot of agricultural ground.
all right, and it's substantially smaller than the county we're in right now.
Yes.
Let's talk about the sheriff's office. Could you describe the makeup back in 2015, not currently, but in 2015, the makeup of how large was the sheriff's office?
So I think we had right at 20 sworn officers at that time. Might have been just shy of that. We had mostly patrol deputies. At that time, we had 2 detectives, myself and another detective, and the command staff would be sworn. So we may have been up to maybe like 21, 22 sworn, counting the command staff. And then we had some office staff, maybe 3 or 4 office staff at that time.
So the detective section made up of 2 people?
Correct.
Okay, and how long were you a detective?
I was doing full-time detective work since 2009, I think.
Okay, and so you retired, I think somebody mentioned in 2019.
That's correct.
So you were a detective about 10 years?
Yes, minus a short time as a captain in the interim when we lost a captain. I filled in for that position for a while. I was a sergeant over the detective's office for about 5 years, 4 years, 5 years.
And in that time, did you work other murder cases?
Yes.
Okay, did you work violent offenses?
Yes.
Okay, did you just, basically, as a detective, you're in charge of investigating cases, is that correct?
Yes. So in Nelson County, as in a lot of rural counties, we don't have specific detectives. We have what's called general investigations. And so you might be working on a theft case today and a murder case tomorrow and a rape case or some other physical abuse case the next day. You just don't know. Whatever comes in that might be above the pay grade of a road deputy or that they wouldn't have time to dedicate to would come to the detective's office.
So it's like being a general practitioner. Is that fair to say? You all don't have.
We don't have as much education, but yeah.
Like Louisville, you all don't have special units.
That's correct.
Like a homicide unit
Correct.
and a robbery unit. Okay. You get it all.
Correct.
And did you receive training on not becoming a detective? Did you receive ongoing training as it relates to law enforcement and being a detective?
Yes, I took several classes over the years, even prior to becoming a full-time detective. I would work a lot of the cases for the county before we had an investigation section, and so I took a lot of cases relating to rape, sexual assault, investigation, homicide investigation, interrogation, those kinds of things.
Okay, I'm gonna go over and get my exhibits real quick. Sure. Put it up. So much still being home. So I want to talk about July 5th of 2015.
Okay.
Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. Was that on a weekend?
It was.
Okay. And do you all have on-call detectives?
We do. Myself and the other detective usually exchanged weeks. One would be on call one week and the other one would be on call the following week.
Was this your week?
It was not.
Okay. And did you get called in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was the call about?
I got a phone call from the on-duty sergeant, and I believe it was Sergeant Allison, that said that they had a missing persons report that was out of the ordinary, I think is how he described it. And Detective Kaminsky was on his way there and was involved in a vehicle collision in Washington County. He lived 2 counties over, and he was coming through Washington County to get to Nelson County and was involved in a vehicle collision and was not going to be able to respond in a timely fashion, and he asked that I respond.
So Kaminsky was the other half of your group.
That's correct.
And he was the on-call detective.
Yes.
But he had a wreck, couldn't make it.
Correct.
Okay, so you got the call. And it was about a missing person, correct?
Yes.
And who was that missing person?
That was Crystal Rogers.
Now, where did you first report to?
So when I got the call, they had already, let me back up. So when you take a missing persons report, there's a particular form that we fill out from the state for that does a couple of things. One, it begins the initial process.
It's not exclusive to Bardstown. It is in small towns.
And it's also what we provide to our telecommunicators to have that person entered as missing in NCIC. And so there were already deputies at the sheriff's department doing that at the time that I got notified. I don't remember specifically if I was on my way to the office when they called me back and told me that they had located the missing person's vehicle on the Bluegrass Parkway, or if I already had that information. But I responded directly to the Bluegrass Parkway.
And I got ahead of myself, so I'm going to back up a little
Okay.
bit. So is missing person something you all normally respond to?
Not typically. So what would normally happen in a missing persons case is the deputy that's working that day would meet with the individuals that's reporting that person missing, and they would file that paperwork, that missing persons report, and that would be pretty much the only paperwork that they do in that case. And then they would go ahead over to dispatch to the telecommunicators and have the dispatchers enter that individual as missing if they determined them to be genuinely missing based on the report that they were given. And then that report would be turned into the investigation section at that time. And if there were follow-up to be done, it would be done during our normal business hours, the investigation section's normal working hours, which was typically Monday through Friday. We didn't really have set hours, but would typically be day shift unless we had something that needed to be done after hours.
And were you aware of the person who reported her missing?
Was I aware of her before she reported her missing?
No. Who reported her?
Oh, yes, Sherry, her mother, Sherry Ballard, reported her missing.
Okay. And was it that afternoon on July 5th she reported her missing?
That's correct.
Okay.
I think I ate too many nerd clusters and my belly doesn't feel
You said
good.
you reported to the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, I went to the Bluegrass Parkway first, yes.
Okay. And who located the vehicle? Do you know?
It was my understanding that some family members, maybe not, that some friends of the family had seen it and called the family members, and the family members had responded to the scene. I believe it was her father and her brother.
Okay. And do you know how long they've been there before officers showed up?
I could venture a guess, but I don't know
That's
exactly
okay.
how long. No.
That's okay. And are you aware about what time this was?
It was, I want to say it was like maybe 5 o'clock in the afternoon, somewhere around there.
Okay.
I can refer back to my report, but I believe that's correct.
Okay. And you talked about having her entered in NCIC.
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. What does that do?
So NCIC is essentially the database that communicates with all of the law enforcement throughout the country, and we use that to enter missing persons, stolen items, wanted persons. So if we enter someone as missing in NCIC, then if another agency in a different jurisdiction has contact with that individual, then they would run them through the NCIC database, and they would get an alert that says, hey, this individual is reported missing out of Nelson County, and they would like contact regarding your contact with them. And so what would typically happen is if I'm an officer in another jurisdiction and I run someone through NCIC and they come up missing, then I would inquire with them as to whether they're okay. And that before I would let them go, I would send what's called a hit request to the telecommuters of the agency that entered that person missing. At which point that triggers a chain of events through them where they then verify that the agency that sent that request has that individual, and then they would contact the deputy or officer that entered them as missing and say, hey, we'll just use Warren County, right? Bowling Green PD has your missing person pulled over. Do you want to contact them, or do you want to give them contact information? And typically you would say, yes, I'd like to talk to the officer, send them back my phone number, whatever. And then they would call and you'd go from there as to what was going on with that individual.
And they're required to do this by NCIC, correct?
Yes, and there's a set of rules that says they're required to send it and we're required to respond. And
If
so on
not,
and
you
so
could
forth.
lose your ability to have NCIC.
Correct.
Okay. And as far as, who entered her in NCIC? Was it the Nelson County Sheriff's Office?
Well, so we would be the entering agency. The telecommunicators technically enter them in NCIC, but Deputy Voiles, who is the individual that took the missing persons report, would be the officer who had her entered.
Are you aware, did Nelson County ever receive any telecommunication that she had been located?
No, not to my knowledge.
Now, the car you said was located on the Bluegrass Parkway, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where was it on the Bluegrass Parkway?
It was just west of the 14-mile marker, I believe.
Okay. And I know we saw a picture in opening. I'm going to try to use Llama. We can use Llama here. I'll tell you what. We're going to worry about it. Let's see. Can't see it.
Got a corner of it.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I'm better now. All right, John, can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where Bardstown's located?
So it's going to be the, I'll try to speak up. So it's going to be the area here that shows all the roads and streets and things. That's that's the city, round about the city limits of Bardstown there.
Could you tell me where the car was located?
Yeah, there's a yellow pin right up here where it's at.
Okay. And is that near the 14-mile marker?
Yes,
That's- And is that in Nelson County?
it is.
Now, every location that we talk about today, when we talk about these locations, are they all in Nelson County?
As far as I know, yes. We did travel some for this case, but most everything took place in Nelson County.
Okay. So you responded, there were already units at the car when you got there?
That's correct.
All right. And was the family allowed to be around the vehicle at that point?
Sergeant Allison had said that they had approached the vehicle prior to their arrival, but that I want to say it was Tommy Ballard that had told them to move away from it. And when they got there, they had put some distance between them and the vehicle.
Okay. And had any of the family members touched the vehicle?
Yes, I believe her brother, Casey Ballard, had touched it.
Okay. From the exterior?
Yes.
Okay. Had anybody, to your knowledge, been in the vehicle?
No.
All right. Now, was when you got there, what did you notice about the car?
Well, it had a flat tire. That was the first thing from looking at it. So when you approach the vehicle from Bardstown, you would be approaching it from the rear. And so when you pull up and you walk up behind it, you notice that one of the tires is flat. There's a black mark that leads off of the travel portion of the road onto the shoulder where the vehicle was parked. So it appeared that the tire had gone flat while they were driving, while the vehicle was in motion. When I got up to the vehicle, there was a purse, a cell phone in the passenger seat, as well as the keys were in the ignition.
I'm going to stop you there.
Sure.
So you have a report of a missing person, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you know this to be her vehicle?
I believe it was verified prior to my arrival, yes.
Okay. And the purse and cell phones located in the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Does that set off, what are you thinking as a detective at this point?
Well, as somebody who's been married for a very long time, I rarely ever see my wife go anywhere without her purse and her cell phone. And so it was, at that point, it was a bit concerning to see what we believed at the time and confirmed later to be the purse and the cell phone of the missing persons in her vehicle rather than with her wherever it was that she was at.
Okay. Now, can you describe the cleanliness of the vehicle?
It wasn't clean. There was a lot of debris and things in it. It was clear that she had children. There was I can't remember if it was a booster seat or a car seat. I think it was a car seat in the back seat of it. There were some childlike items inside the vehicle and in the trunk.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as, and previously been shown to the defense counsel. This counsel is number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as comments is 5 through 11. Just take a look at those for me, please. Okay. And could you tell me what those pictures are?
Those would be the pictures that I took of what we would commonly refer to as the scene, but the roadway and the vehicle as they appeared when I arrived there at the Bluegrass Parkway.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's marked as Commonwealth Exhibit number 6, okay?
Yes, sir.
And in that, could you describe that picture?
Sure. It's the maroon Chevy car that belonged to Crystal Rogers. It's I took a picture of it from a distance back so that you could see the mark that leads up to the vehicle. And as you're looking at the back of the vehicle, the right rear tire is flat, be the passenger side rear tire.
Okay, and there's 3 pictures, some further and closer to that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Commonwealth Exhibit 9 and 10.
Yeah.
Could you tell me what those are?
These are pictures that I took of the interior of the vehicle, one from the driver's side and one from the passenger side.
And inside the vehicle, you had already testified that a person's cell phone was located. Are those seen in that picture?
They are sitting in the passenger seat.
Okay. Could you tell me? Did you locate a phone charger in the car?
There was a phone charger in the vehicle. Yes.
Okay. Where is that located?
It's plugged in. I can't tell if it's plugged in or if it's sitting there, but it's in the general vicinity of the center console by the gear shift.
And what color is that?
It's blue.
Okay. And when you eventually did you seize the phone out of the car?
Yes, we took it as evidence.
Okay, and could you tell me what state it was in as far as like power? Was it powered on?
It was off, and we later discovered that the battery was dead on it.
Okay. And Commonwealth Exhibit 8 and 11, are those also pictures of the back seat as well as the trunk?
That's correct. Shows the trunk and the back seat from the driver's side.
And are these pictures as you found the vehicle prior to anyone entering it?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I'd move to introduce into evidence Commonwealth's exhibits 5 through 11.
Any objection?
Judge, we'd ask to publish these. to the
So
jury.
at this time, 5 through 11 is introduced and may be published to the jury.
Thank you. Now, you said it had a flat tire, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you learn anything that would give you any indication on why the tire was flat?
Yes, sir. We, at one point, we turned that tire over to the FBI, and after they did some examination of it, they determined that there was a piece of metal stuck in it that caused it to go flat.
All right, and based on your investigation, did you learn that this was a new thing, or had there been problems with the tire before?
No, it was my understanding that she had been adding air to that tire for some time.
Okay, so this wasn't, she picked up a piece of metal on the Bluegrass and the tire went flat.
It didn't seem to be, no.
Now, what did you all do with the vehicle?
Initially, it was towed to Coulter's Towing and stored in an inside building that was locked.
Okay, and let me show this. Sorry. I'm going to show you what's marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit number 12. You testified that it was towed to Coulter's. Did anybody accompany the vehicle to Coulter's?
I believe Sergeant Allison followed the tow truck and watched them unload it and locked the door.
Okay, and I'm showing you what's marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit number 12, and
Yes.
purpose is shown to the defense counsel. Could you tell me what that is?
That is Crystal Rogers' car inside of a building next to a gray pickup truck.
Okay, Judge, I moved to introduce, and does this fairly accurately represent the vehicle as it is in the towing?
Yes.
Judge, I moved to introduce Commonwealth's Exhibit number 12.
Any objection? So at this time, 12 is introduced and may be published to the jury.
Now, was that vehicle sealed while it was there?
It was locked up. I don't
Okay.
know what you define it as sealed, but it was locked up so that no one could make entry into it.
Into the building, is that correct?
It was locked. The car was locked in the building.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right. And so the vehicle gets secured. Do you at some point leave the scene out off the Bluegrass?
Yes.
Okay, and where do you go?
I went back to the sheriff. Well, I went to the sheriff's office to talk to the family of the missing person.
Okay. And so when you arrive back, what do you find?
So I believe I spoke with Sherry maybe by herself the first time. I don't remember if one of the children was with her the first time I talked to her. But I spoke with her mom, Sherry Ballard. She was pretty upset, giving me a lot of details about what had gone on over the weekend, that she couldn't get a hold of Crystal, that she had checked with Crystal's boyfriend and he didn't know where she was. And she just was very adamant that this was very unusual.
Now, based on your knowledge at this point,
Sorry, I was trying to get you.
no, you're good. I'm moving on from that.
Yeah. I just don't want to hear.
No, I'm getting. I was moving on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Your Honor, while we're up here, I didn't want to stop you because I know what's coming in and I'm fine with no objections, but I can't see anything on the TV over there. I mean, this TV. It's not something we need to fix right this second, but there will be witnesses I know that I will be able to view, but I don't have any objection to be able to do anything right now.
We can flip that one around.
You want to put it over here?
No, we
It
can
could
push it.
It could be pushed back. It could be pushed back just a few feet, or it could be moved to the other side. I just wanted to raise it. I didn't want to stop his flow.
No, that's fine.
For no reason.
I don't have much flow.
Do that during the breaks. Yeah, I'll take a break at 2:15 for the jury, about 10 more minutes.
Yes, sir. That'd be a good point to stop anyway, because I got to play a video after that. So.
2:15.
Okay, before he goes back into questioning, I just need to rant for just a few minutes. Okay, it's not about this case. All right. But you all know my contractor journey this month for them to replace our bathroom floor. We did not ask for it to be done. They came for a different reason. And then they were like, you know what? We're going to come fix your floor. And I was like, okay, that sounds great. They're supposed to come like July 7th. They just came today. Okay. But you guys, now I don't know zippy zap about construction, about any of that, or I'm not going to pretend I do. But because he's got to come back tomorrow to finish it, actually. But you guys, this is what he's done so far. And we rent, by the way. If this was my house and I owned it, I can promise you Elbow Feet would be calling and bitching. Okay. So he's saying that he's like going to replace our floor. I would think that means you tear the floor up, right? And then put down new floor. No. Instead, he leaves the old floor and, linoleum there still. Then he puts down a whole new big piece of plywood, and then that snap paneling wood, right? Not real wood, but that snap paneling kind. He puts that on the floor. So now our bathroom floor is higher, like by this much, than it used to be. Okay. Now, what's interesting is, you guys, my bathroom is not that big. Okay. I can literally touch both sides when I stretch out my arms. Okay. So halfway through the floor, if he puts light colored flooring, and then he puts down darker floor, significant difference between the two to finish the rest of the bathroom, which is again, it's not very big bathroom. It's probably like, I don't know what, like 5 by 7 or something. Like, it's not big. And then he ran out of wood because apparently some was stolen out of his truck out front. I think he mismeasured it too. I think. And so then he's like, okay, well, I'll be back tomorrow to finish it up. And I'm like, okay. And so now I'm also wondering if he's even going to put like the base molding, you know what I'm talking about, to like seal it up around the sides, because the floor is now higher than what it was. He took the door off and cut part of the bottom of the door so the door would shut. Yes. Oh, there's Elbow Feet. You'll see, babe. You'll see. You'll see when you get home. I mean, it's nice. Again, we rent, so like whatever. It's not our problem, really. But I don't think that's how it's supposed to be done, like at all. So that's great. That's so great. So that's my update. He's gone now for the day. He'll be back tomorrow. There's literally like 6 inches of floor left to do. So you love a good shit show. It's a little bit like that. You know what? What is today? The 28th. It's finally almost done. And I finally got to go to the bathroom, which was nice. Amy says it's not unheard of to put new flooring on top of old, but not to this extreme. Yeah, I don't really know. Elbow Feet says, well, at least they won't find out that I rebuilt the bathroom wall with a cardboard box and spackle. That's the least of their concerns, really. But, we've lived here for a long time, and so we have a pretty good deal on rent, so we don't really complain that much. But, right, it is great. That doesn't seem right. But, okay. Well, Elbow Feet, you'll see when you get home. Anyway, let's get back to the trial, guys. And now I can talk a little bit more. Some of you may not like that, but I can now that there's no more Sauls. And I do apologize for earlier when I was not muted. And apparently there was a lot of Sauls. I couldn't really hear it very well because of my earbuds. So I'm sorry, but we're good for the whole rest of the day. All right, let's get back to this because they're saying there's going to be a video.
Now,
and we have about an hour.
Detective,
and 40 minutes.
So you're back there. At this point, Are you aware of any reports made by the defendant Brooks Houck about Crystal Rogers being missing?
No, she was not entered missing prior to Deputy Boyles having her entered.
Okay. So if she had been reported missing on Brooks Houck, would there have been an NCIC?
Yes, as soon as the telecommunicators tried to enter her missing, they would have been notified that she was already previously entered.
All right. And this is July 5th, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And she was last reported seen, I believe, on July 3rd.
Yes.
All right. And did you at some point call the defendant?
I did.
All right. Did you ask him to come in?
Yes,
Okay. And did he come in?
he did.
And why did you bring him in?
Well, from talking to the family, it was my understanding that they lived together.
Okay.
I'm sorry, they resided together. They had a child together, and I assumed that he would be the
Is he
best
talking
person to
about
talk to
June
about
5th?
where she might have gone or what
Because
she
if
might
so,
be
we
doing.
haven't seen
Okay.
this video.
And do you know how late in the evening
Or
was
July
this? Do you
5th.
know?
I don't have the exact time, but it would have been probably 8:30, maybe
Okay.
later, maybe a little later.
All right. And did he come in by himself?
Okay.
Yes, I believe so.
So July
And
5th. Ooh.
did he give you any indication on when the last time he had seen Crystal?
During our conversation, he said that they had gone to the family farm on the 3rd, that'd be Friday the 3rd, and that they had stayed out there. He thought they had gone there about 7:30 and they had stayed there until about 11:30. And then they had gone back to their shared residence on Glenview Drive, and she was still up, and she was still up with the child, Eli,
And that's on the night of the
night of the
or
3rd,
the early morning of the 4th.
or the early morning of the 4th, correct. And that he had gone to bed. I'm sorry.
Breaks. Tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going now a little over an hour, so we're going to take about a 15-minute break to let you get up and move around and use the restroom. Please remember the same admonitions are in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with you. If anybody tries to discuss this case with you, I need for you to immediately report that to me. You're not to finally make up your mind about this case until all the evidence has been received. You've received the instructions from the court. You've gone to the jury room to consider what your fellow jurors have to say about the case. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll start back at 2:23.
I will say, you know, how different it is compared to Karen Reed, where you got the lawyers who not as entertaining as the lawyers from Karen Reed, and we have a judge who's not really butting in and interfering too much, you know, like a judge should. Looking at you, Auntie Bev.
Court's in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you all.
Let's say they kind of just skip over the breaks, I think. Yeah. There we go. And they're back from lunch or from the break. You miss your AJ. I miss them too, actually.
All 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Counsel waived the call.
Yes.
Please proceed.
This is a very normal trial.
We were talking about July 5th that the defendant had come in to talk to you, right?
Yes.
That's the same day that Mr. Rogers was reported missing. Is that
Yes.
correct?
I was
Now,
very
you
surprised when they
sit
released
down
this
and
last
talk to
week.
him.
I
Was
was
that
like,
recorded?
It was.
Okay, and I'm going to show you. Let me show us the defense counsel real quick. It's just a fun job.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's going to be marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 13.
And all the other days will look better than this channel's
And
hot mess.
you've had a chance to review the video, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm showing you a flash drive that we reviewed that contains portions of the video. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, it's not the entire video, but it's portions of it. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. And when you reviewed that, did it fairly and accurately represent, or was it actually the interview or when you sit down and talk to the defendant?
Yes, it was portions of the interview that was recorded.
All right, Judge, I'm going to move to introduce into evidence Commonwealth's Exhibit number 13. And we have laid out some headphones for the jurors. That,
Ooh, I hope this is July
they may
5th
need a
because the
brief
one we watched was
explanation
July
from
8th.
bailiff on how to work them.
So this would be his first
Any
interview.
objection to 13?
No, sir.
I think.
This time.
Yeah, that makes sense. Also, again, what is with the numbers flashing on the bottom of the screen? What does that mean? Does anybody know? Me too. I can't wait. We did two.
No, you're good.
There's one on July 5th, which I think is this one, because I don't remember that guy wearing that shirt. And then again on July 8th, and then I don't think he talked to the cops. The 8th is when Steve and Nick call him. This one, not so much, I think.
We have video but no sound.
We have video but no sound.
Ugh. Do not tell me we're not going to be able to hear this video. Yeah. Whatever that he wore twice. Remember? 2 different interviews. Like the worst shirt to wear. I'm going to be very annoyed if we can't hear this. Five of the same color. I feel like Brooks looks like he's wearing the same shirt, but the one he wears on the 8th maybe darker blue. But I don't think I remember seeing the detective in that outfit because I would have been like, it's an interesting get up. But it would make sense if it was a Sunday, right? Is this even interrogation? I don't think so.
We got to switch computers. I'm sorry, Chase.
Oh, they gotta switch computers.
Reason the sound's not playing on that. I apologize.
No, I think the joke earlier was a Game of Thrones joke. Because Jon Snow is a character in Game of Thrones, a younger guy with lots of hair. And I think that was about the way Snow looks now was a joke, not actually. He looks exactly the same to me, actually, but and Brooks does look older, but he's been in jail this whole time, so that'll do it.
Just out of an abundance of caution, and we've talked a little bit about this, but everybody had their microphones off. Okay. This is the July 5th interview. There are 2 references to asking him about taking a polygraph test on page 57 of the transcript. I just want to make sure everybody knew that beforehand, that we don't play that part.
I don't think that there's anything. There's anything in here.
There's the first one.
I got you.
I think both of them are on page 57. There it
I
is.
like how they're like, is everybody's mics off? No.
The sound issue resolved yet?
It should all be
Did they
all
have the
over.
sound issue resolved?
Okay, I just want to make sure.
The sound issue, has that been resolved yet on the video? No.
No,
Joe
I don't think
provided
there's anything
me
about
with
it.
those files.
Okay, we get there and
Sorry, I've got multiple people
Go
talking.
ahead. Joey reminded me one of those files was corrupted depending on which one they took it out from Discovery. If they just did times on it, one of them did not have audio, another one did. I'm just
We'll see if it's in the Discovery one.
yeah, if they pulled it from one, it's like the time.
Michelle, they're saying in their Discovery there was one
Oh, you're fine,
copy
kids.
that was given to them that didn't have volume, but one that did.
no, this I played this. It's
Okay.
actually playing on my computer. The
All right,
volume is it's not there and on
Second through
the.
system.
You can hear it on my computer right back there.
That's- I was just in case.
No,
Listen,
I'm
real
just
here's not the polygraphs. What's about anything about the
Yes, sir. I'm gonna switch out computers and play the crappy one, and we'll all hope we can hear it this way.
Who has control over blacking out the screen? Is it, are you blacking the screen out?
I don't touch anything that's taking
Sure,
folks,
sure.
don't.
Then I should.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
the point was.
I'm not blocking it. Because if I blocked it, I would never come back on. We in the same boat.
Absolutely.
That's why I came up here to make sure you didn't do anything to my computer.
Brought the smart person up.
I don't need to touch anything.
One court, not
We
good
just didn't
with
want
technology.
I don't want to either.
In a lot of courtrooms, not just these guys. I think the best use of flawless technology was Karen Reed. Like, it's the only one I watched where everybody knew how to do everything, and it worked. This is pretty on par for most trials. I mean, the court released it, so you can watch, like I said, Amos, you can watch all jury selection. By the way, see their faces and everything. I was like, oh, look, and we get to see that desktop is out of control. Look at that madness. How can you find anything? There's a growing city with many problems now. The courthouse is full of tech problems. It looks like a gorgeous courthouse, though. From the outside, oh, it looks just beautiful. Dave says, I'm bored. I think I'll cut 6 inches off the bottom of my bathroom door. Yeah, that desktop is wild. Oof! I surprisingly my even with 2 monitors, I have very limited things on my desktop. Now, number of tabs and windows I have open, different story. All right, are we going to hear this?
We got people wandering around.
Okay.
All right.
Yay, they did it.
Well, obviously, it's been a busy day. Yes, it has.
We have not
I'm gonna
watched
ask
this,
you lots
friends.
of questions. At this point, it's probably going to get a little personal. And because, I'm sorry, just make sure it's not somebody you want to talk to. I'm going to do the same with my, hello.
He's always answering the phone.
Yeah, I missed you a while ago. I'm headed up there to the sheriff's office, and since I didn't get you, I just, Nick has him, little boy, so if you need, he's up there moving some stuff, but Eli's, that's where he's at. That's what I needed some help with. I came up here to the police department. known, and they've already done everything. But I'm up there right now, and that's where Eli is with Nick right now. So call him, and y'all can get it worked out. This is, I want to do this immediately. All right.
So important.
Yeah, just keep an eye on that way. If somebody should call you that, might have information, we can get it. So, I'll just tell you a little bit about what's transpired, the reason I'm involved at this point. So, normally I don't get involved in missing persons, unless it goes an extended period of time or there's something unusual. So they did find her vehicle out on the BG Parkway. So it has a flat tire.
I'd be in trouble.
And it is, we've had it towed into Coulter's and we've secured it for evidentiary purposes should we need it for something. So that's where we're at with that. So basically what I'm trying to do is build a timeline for her over the last few days and anything that's going on.
How many times do you think it's going to say skid steer?
Want to go, or if somebody else maybe has taken her somewhere. So you're the last person to see her that I'm aware of. And since Jason, Sergeant Allison had just talked to you briefly, I thought it would be good for us to start with a conversation about what's going on the last week or so, and then move forward from there and see if we can't find her.
Absolutely. That's what I want you to do.
Okay. All right. So you guys you guys live together.
Yes.
How long have you been living together?
Almost 30 years.
Okay. I'll take notes because I do better if I write it down than trying to remember it. So you've lived together.
And the audio.
For almost 3 years.
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been together? How long have you been dating?
For about 4.5 years. You just put 3 years on the 4 years of being really close.
And you have a son together. And how old is he?
He'll be 3 on October the 22nd. So he's about 2.5, a little over 2.5.
And you guys are not married. Okay. Any other children that you have together? Just the one.
She is married.
She's married.
Yes, she is.
To Keith Rogers.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. That's what somebody told me. But they're not together. You guys have been together for the last 4 years. So, in that 4-year period, has there ever been any times when you were not together? Any times when she would move out, or?
Well, it's not, the reason I didn't get alarmed just immediately, she's done this about 4 or 5 times. It just has never went this period of time. And she always went to Sabrina, which is her cousin, or she went out with Brooke, which is her sister. But it was never for a long period of time. And she usually sent me, text messages in that period, she was upset and that kind of thing. So this time there was no contact. She didn't send any text messages. She wouldn't return my phone calls.
When you say she's done this, meaning she's left without explanation, or?
Yeah, she would either go spend the night at Sabrina's house. Go to her parents, either one. But it was only usually for like a day to a day and a half at the very most. And like I said, she would send me some text messages.
But she left Eli at the house. But has she done that all the other times too, Brooks?
Okay, so this previous week, tell me about what's going on this week. Things been good, things been rocky.
No, it has not. Now, there has been a rocky road. It has been a strained relationship at times. But this past week, the only thing that we had a discussion about that she was not happy with was she feels as if I treat Eli, my son, better than the rest of the children. And that has always been a sore subject. But she wasn't mad or angry. We did have that discussion earlier, but it wasn't something that I felt made her upset at all.
Mm-hmm. And when was that?
That was earlier on Friday.
Oh, okay, on Friday. And was that like during the day on Friday or that evening or?
Snack time. What's
earlier
home
that
for
evening.
snacks today?
And how many other children does she have?
She has 2 children with Keith Rogers. She has another child with Jesse Fenwick. She has another child with it's the child that she sent to her parents direct. Her name's Ashley. I don't know what her last name is. Ashley, I have it in my phone's Ashley Rogers, but that's not it.
Unimportant on that. But she has 4 other children?
Yeah, Eli's number 5, and there's 4 fathers.
And to the best of your knowledge, is there any animosity between her and any of the other children's fathers? Any disagreements, arguments over child support?
I mean, obviously that right there comes up, but I don't get in any of that mess. There's obviously they always seem to work through it,
right?
But it's what I would classify as, normal people get together, they have a child, and they go their separate ways, and now it's a little bit of a struggle to work everything out. So I wouldn't say anything that I've identified as detrimental or anything of that nature.
So we're still on this week, because this is obviously the one that matters the most. So you did no disagreements this week other than the discussion on Friday regarding the treatment of the children. And you said you didn't think that was really a disagreement, more of a discussion. Is that
That's right.
fair to say?
Yes.
Anything else this week that happened that was traumatic or that caused a ripple in your life, is what I would say. When I have car accidents or I'm involved in, get wrapped up into something that messes up my weekly routine, anything like that go on that you think of, everything was just pretty much business as usual?
Normal.
Okay. The car that we found out on the VG is an Impala that's registered to her and her cousin. Any particular reason why it would be registered to her cousin as well as her?
Yes, I do know exactly why.
Okay.
And that is where Crystal and her husband are not divorced. The car doesn't have a lien placed on it, and it's clear. And she did not want him to be able to, since there's, they're kind of back. I wouldn't say that it was a part. They've always, with child support and financial support from one of the other, the 2 children that they have in common.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the assets that she wanted to protect. So she did ask her, the same person I mentioned earlier, Sabrina, she's very close to her. She asked her to put it into her name as a layer of protection.
Okay. Any particular reason why she wouldn't put it in yours?
Well, she didn't ask me to put it in mine, but she, in working in the rental field for the past several years with me, she knows that I perceive a liability probably different than most people, and I don't want that to be an avenue to be able to something to fall back on me. She's got proper insurance and all that right there at the Kentucky Farm Bureau up there, but Sabrina doesn't seem to be worried about, kind of the business side of things. So she just asked her to do it. When that's what they agreed on, that's what they did.
So what? Let's just start the day out Friday morning. Typical Friday morning, typical weekday morning.
Slammed as always.
What's typical for you guys?
Well, I have an ad in the paper right now. Crystal does all of the rental stuff. That's strictly her portion of the workload to take care of. It is a substantial amount of work. She takes all the maintenance calls. She shows all the properties. She does all the leases, the rental applications, the screenings, all the background checks on all these folks. And whenever she makes a selection, she fills out the paperwork, moves the folks in, transfers all the utilities, and then it's takes over from the management side of it. After she fills a vacancy. I myself, I'm sticking on the new construction, so I take care of all the subs on that side of the business. So she's constantly working with the rentals. I stay with the new construction. Of course, I do oversee it, at nighttime, just kind of touch bases so that I can keep a general overview. But if there's not any problems going on or nobody's upset with their air and stuff being out, I don't get bored with the day-to-day operations.
So does she draw a salary for that, or do you all have joint finances, or how does that work?
No, there's not joint finances. I pay her $500 per month to do all that paperwork and to take all those calls.
$500 a month? Are you kidding me? For all that work?
So Friday morning, you guys get up what time?
I usually get up in between 6 and 7, depending on what I have going on. Anywhere between that time. Sometimes I start a little bit earlier, sometimes I start a little bit later. Usually on the weekends, we don't get up that early, but Monday through Friday, it's consistent for me to do that. She sleeps quite a bit later than I do. She goes to bed a lot later than I do.
So what time would you say you got up on Friday morning?
About 6:30.
And she was still in bed?
Mm-hmm.
And so do you normally leave out of the house before she gets up?
Yes, I do. Yeah, she's usually still in bed.
I don't know. I
So
haven't
were
seen her
you
today.
gone Friday morning before she got up?
Yes.
Okay. And then what's the first thing you do? Does she contact you sometime during the morning? Or what time does she normally get up and start doing things?
A lot of times, the baby sleeps later too, and he sleeps with us. And a lot of times, they'll sleep to, 10 till even 11 o'clock.
And when you say he sleeps with you, he sleeps in the bed with you?
Mm-hmm. Yes, he does.
But I thought Eli had his own room.
Any idea what time she got up Friday?
I don't know that.
Okay. What? Tell me about the rest of the day. Did you see her at lunchtime, or I don't know what your normal? Are you normally out of the house and working all day?
Yes, I usually don't come home for lunch. No.
Okay. She didn't bring you lunch to a job site somewhere or something like that?
Nope.
Okay. So when did you see her Friday? You left before she got up?
That's right. And then around 5 o'clock, I came in a little earlier on Friday than I did normally. About 5 o'clock is whenever I came home. And then she told me that she still had to show some rental property that night. So I got home before she was home. So she showed.
So you got home at 5?
Yes.
And she wasn't home?
No.
Hmm.
Do you know what rental property she was showing?
I believe, I'm not starting on this, but I believe it was 107 watts cord.
Would she have like a planner or something like that where she would write down scheduled appointments for that?
Usually when people call to put down, to look at a rental property, sometimes she'll make the next day, but a lot of those people want to look at them now. So she made a time to show the people, it's not where she's normally had a planner where she wrote all that stuff right there down. I just know that I touched base with her. She went to show the property. I knew that I had a few minutes, so I have a small tractor in my driveway. I got on that, and then I went up to Rosie, well, it's Circle K now. I drove it up there. I thought I had a little bit of time. She says it's gonna take her a few minutes. So I went up there and I filled it up full of fuel, getting it ready to mow.
Wasn't it raining?
Where is Eli at this time?
He's with Nick. I tried to call my mom, Rosemary.
No. When you're you got home.
He's with her.
He's with her.
Yes.
Does she normally have him with her when she's showing property? She keep him with her all day?
Well, no, sometimes she does, and sometimes she doesn't. She doesn't like to be bothered with the kids when she's doing that because she's working and it's business. So like if Kylie is an older young lady that is her daughter, she's more than capable of taking care of him. And if she's just going to be out for a few minutes, especially on her part, she usually leaves Eli with her so that she goes by herself.
But not Friday.
Not Friday, because I think the other children, Kylie was with her too.
Okay. Where is Kylie now? Currently.
I don't know. I believe that she was with Barbara Lane just a few minutes ago, but I'm not sure
So
where
you think the other kids are with Barbara and the family?
Either they're with Barbara and the family, or some of them might be with Keith. I'm not sure which.
Kylie is Keith's daughter?
No. Kylie is Jesse Benwick's daughter.
And how old is she?
13. So it's hard for me to keep up with their ages.
All right, so she showed the property, you went and gassed up the mower, you go back to the house and start mowing?
And then it's a tractor that you don't mow your yard with. It's a mow vacant lots and things, to building lots.
Fence mower.
It's actually a belling mower on a little international tractor.
So you filled it up and went back to the house, or you went?
I knew that I had about probably 20, 30 minutes, and I just didn't want to waste that time.
Did you all have plans for Friday night?
Yeah, I knew that we were going to, whenever I told her I was going to be there by about 5 or so. I get home, that's earlier than most of the time. And she said, we'll take Eli out there and show him we're going to feed the cows. He's got 2 new baby calves on the farm.
Okay.
And he hollers for them and they run to him.
That's cute.
Where is the farm at?
It's on Pascal Ballard Lane. And if you go straight out 49, you make a right onto 46, and then it's your first driveway on the left.
And then they call it is that an actual county road, Pascal Ballard? And then is it the only place on that road?
You got to go back there to the very back. It's like a chip seal, like a rock with some tar in the road.
And so, what time did she get to the house Friday night?
It was right at 5:30. And within a few minutes, I didn't look at the clock and all this. Approximately 5:30. So like I said, she was about 20 to 30 minutes right behind me.
And then did you all go out to eat, or did you eat there and then go to the farm, or did you just go there?
No, we didn't leave right then. She had dropped Tori and Trenton off earlier that day, not sure what time, earlier that day to their father.
That's Keith.
Okay. And then Kylie, the older older girl was still there at the house.
When she came back with her, or she was at home when you got back?
I don't know if she stayed, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you said Kylie was still at the house.
Yes.
She arrived back home with Crystal?
Yes.
Okay.
And then she stayed there. Her mama, Jesse's mother, was coming to get Kylie, so she just stayed there at the house.
Okay.
And I guess it was about 7. We stayed there till about 7:30. So it's from 5:30 to 7:30. We were just at the house there, just goofing off.
Okay.
And then about 7:30 or so, 7:30 or so, we left, and then we went straight up there to the farm.
How long do you think you were there?
Probably around 7:45 or so to maybe 11.
11 p.m.?
Mm-hmm.
And is there a structure on the farm, or is that
No,
like a
Juju,
house
this is
there,
from
or
July
something?
5th, and we've never seen this interview.
Lives there.
Oh, your mom lives there, okay.
As far as I'm aware, this one's never come out. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
So did you see your mom while you were out there?
From a distance. Yeah, I mean, we didn't really stop the house. We went out there in the field.
Mm-hmm.
It's a large farm with all kinds, there's all kinds of flat land, there's hills, there's woods, everything out there.
Would your mom have seen you leave when you all left?
Sometimes she goes to bed early, sometimes she doesn't. And we just have to ask her. I don't know. I can't.
So you left there about 11 o'clock and came, so I'm trying to think what route you would take. You come out 49 and hit Bloomfield Road to come home? Hit Stephen Foster and then to Bloomfield Road?
No, well, sometimes if I've got a trailer, it changes my route because that road's more challenging. It'll strain my truck how much it weighs. More often than not, I'll take one of two routes.
I believe it's July 5th,
I'll go up to Walmart,
the day that she's reported
and then I'll go
missing by
across
Sherry.
Mattingly, and I'll get on
He's
Woodlawn
there at
Road,
night.
and then I make a right on the Bloomfield Road up there at Nelson County High School, and then just Creek Chase is right up there on your left. And then if I don't do that, I'll go make a left at the light there at McDonald's, and then I'll pick up Guthrie Drive and hit Bloomfield Road there. Go straight shot there.
Do you remember which way you went Friday night?
That he doesn't.
I can't remember.
He doesn't remember anything ever.
Were you pulling the
I probably, I bet I went by Walmart. I bet I did.
Were you pulling the trailer?
No, I was not pulling a trailer. But if the light's green where I don't have to stop, sometimes I turn left. But if it's not green where I can yield on red, sometimes I'll turn right. But no, I was not pulling a trailer.
Oh, interesting, Juju.
I was driving.
You were driving.
Anytime I usually go to the farm, usually I drive.
You drive a truck?
Yes, sir.
What color is your truck?
It's a great big truck. You can't miss it. It's an F-350. It's brown. It's got a ladder rack on it, and it's got tools all over it.
Right, because you're construction.
Mm-hmm. And that's,
Does it have decal on the side of it with your company name or anything, or is it just what's So you all in your truck, you left there about 11, so that puts you getting home 11:20, 11:25, something like that?
yeah, probably somewhere around in there. 11:30, something like that.
So what happened when you went, you got home? You got Eli with you, there's 3, right?
Yeah, there's 3 of us.
So I mean, he's 3 years old.
No, he's not 3 years old. He's shy of 3 years old.
Yeah, just shy of 3. I put almost 3. Yeah. So you get home. She takes care of him. You said he sleeps in the bed with you guys.
No, she goes to bed later than what I do.
Right.
Because I get up earlier than her. more often than not, usually at nighttime, she's usually playing one of those. And it's not Tetris, it's one of them bubble games on her phone or something. One of them. She usually does that at nighttime before she goes to bed.
That's usually what I do before I go
So
to
did
bed.
you go to bed before her Friday night?
Cookie jam.
Okay. And
I do every night.
about how long do you think you guys were home before you went to bed?
Oh, within 30 minutes of me being at the house, I was in bed.
Okay. And was Eli in bed with you?
No, he was still up.
He was still up with her. So you're in bed by midnight, basically.
Yes.
Do you remember what time Eli came in there?
No, I mean, I'm a pretty heavy sleeper.
I don't know nothing ever about anything.
He won't go to sleep unless he's in our bed at all.
Mm-hmm.
He'll fight and scream.
You don't have a home phone or just the cell phone?
Yes, I just do songs here.
And both of the cell phones, are they in your name, her name, or both your names, or how's that?
Yeah, I use my name on the paperwork.
Okay.
So I'm responsible for the deal.
Right. And who's that through?
It's Bluegrass Cellular.
And I'm apologize. I'm
Me
in your
either.
house, but would you have heard her phone ring if it rang, or you think you sleep hard enough to?
No, if I was in my bedroom asleep and she's up there, I wouldn't. And a lot of times she doesn't always keep her ringer on either. Sometimes she turns it down or leaves it on vibrate mode. Sometimes it's on, you know.
I don't know. He said that she sleeps until like 10 or 11 in the morning.
So
With 5 kids
you're in bed midnight Friday night. You get up what time? Saturday?
and all the shit she was in charge of for a whole $500 a month.
6:45, 7 o'clock.
And how long is it before you realize that she's not there? I mean, you all slept
Oh,
the same
yeah,
bed.
whenever I woke up, I obviously knew that she wasn't
Eli
there.
is there, but she's not there.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday morning. So then what?
I immediately thought, wondered where she was. I've called her phone, I've sent her text message, but I still haven't got any reply back.
When you called her phone, did it ring at all Saturday morning, or did it?
No, that's right. It went to the voicemail, so I thought she had it turned off. And
Well, he's only just now been convicted.
Did you find anything at home that she took, or the absence of anything? Did she take any particular clothing with her?
everything looks normal. Nothing's
No money that she might have had. Like I keep a little bit of cash stashed away at the house in case we have a spur of the moment emergency. Nothing, no jewelry that's gone, no money that's gone that she might have taken with her.
Nothing
like that.
No.
So weird, Brooks.
And she didn't say you all didn't have a fight Friday night, or she didn't say anything Friday about being upset.
No.
Nothing about her going out somewhere Friday after you went to bed.
No.
No plans that you knew of that she had for Friday night. Any suspicions? You get the impression that she was seeing somebody else, or
No, that's not her.
she dating somebody else, going out with her girlfriends? Then
Not to my knowledge, something's going on behind my back that I don't know about. That's a different situation, but I do not believe that at all. I don't even have the slightest suspicion. It wouldn't even cross my mind.
did you all stop anywhere Friday night when you came out of the farm? You go back home, stop to get gas or get something to drink?
No, usually I try to.
Drive through McDonald's, or where did you all eat dinner at Friday night?
We ate something there at the house. I don't know what it was there before we left, but we didn't stop anywhere.
Was Kylie still there when you all left?
Yes, that's I want to be sure. Kylie was still at the house when we left.
But she wasn't there when you got home?
No, but we knew that her memo was picking her up. Jesse's mother.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try to get some more information from the family. You know, there's some odd statements going around and just trying to figure out what's going on. How would I get a hold of your mom? Was that who was just calling me a minute ago?
Mm-hmm.
How do I get a hold of her?
Her cell phone is 349-2594.
And what's her name?
Rosemary.
And she lives at the farm that you went to.
Mm-hmm. She owns the farm.
And have you all been doing any work out there or got anything, you know, heavy equipment going on out there? What kind of farm are you out? I mean, are you operating?
Well, I'm not really in the day-to-day operation. I'm no farmer by any stretch of the imagination. But we cut hay off of it for what we can do, and we've just got a few cows. Some people might think they're cows for commercial use or whatever, but they're really pets. There's not many.
Just a hobby.
Exactly. And to prevent the ground from just growing up to buckberries and stuff like that. It's not well kept or nothing like that.
Do you mind to give me? I'm gonna take her phone and have it analyzed. I won't be able to do that until tomorrow. Essentially, what they do is they hook it up to a machine and they download all the information from it. It would give us things like call logs, text messages, location services if they're turned on, you know, where it was at, when it was there, if it was turned on, if the location services were turned on, and
absolutely
particular app. So what I want to do, I've got a form for that. Let me go get that form and get you to sign the form. And what's the phone number attached to her phone?
It's 502-507-2899.
And if you'll give me consent, just sign it there and today's date is the 5th. Like I said, it'll be tomorrow before I can get it up there because it won't be open until tomorrow. Today's the 5th. Well, has she ever, when you said sometimes when she goes for a day or a day and a half, has that ever happened where you woke up and she was gone? Or when she does that, does it ever happen where you woke up from the night before and she was just gone? Or is that typically she doesn't come home that night, or what's that normally look like?
I don't know if there's been any pattern in that. Usually it's just for a day and a half, and but I know she's got a tremendous amount of stress trying to take care of all these kids, and I mean I know it's hard. Everybody deals with stress in a different way, but I don't think she was mad or upset when she might have been something that I'm not aware of, but I don't feel like she was.
Do you know, does she have a second phone that you're aware of?
No.
Just the one phone you're ever seen?
That's all that I know.
You said you all do not have joint accounts. Do you know where she banks?
You mean you're like a checking account or savings account? I don't think she got any.
Don't think she has one. When you pay her, do you pay her in cash?
Yes.
So do you all split the household bills, or do you pay them all, or? I mean, because if she's only, I assume she's only working for you, does she manage other people's rental property? So $500 a month is not a lot.
No, it's minimal. I understand that, but no, she has no expense.
Do you take care of the household expenses?
Well, just like the water bill, electric.
Yeah, Well, I'm
Yeah.
assuming, maybe.
I just put it in the stack of them, and whenever I go up there to the city or Salt River, it's just in one of the 30 other bills I've got to pay.
I got you.
I mean, I just pay it and go right on.
And the house is yours, you own it outright or pay a mortgage on it, or?
No.
She doesn't, y'all don't share a mortgage on it or anything like
No,
that?
sorry.
And she doesn't have a car payment, gas in her vehicle, insurance, does she pay that, or does that, do they pay?
Her insurance, she always pays, and her gas in her vehicle, if I've got like an ad in the paper or something like that, where I know she's doing a lot of extra running, I always just fill it up for her.
Okay.
But it's not something I do all the time, I just do it because it's an added expense on her end.
Elbow got me some new nail polish that was on clearance. It's orange. So I'm going to paint my nails now.
Glenview is a pretty populated street. When you guys came home, Friday night was the 3rd, obviously there were people celebrating the 4th of July on Friday night as well. Was there any neighbors out in the yard that spoke to you when you got home or said anything to you? Or?
It was later in the evening. But I mean, it was later, as I told you earlier. I don't know if I hollered us, but I didn't see anybody. We just
That's
got out of
fun.
the truck and went in the house.
She didn't seem distraught about anything. Did she take any phone calls on the way home? Anything that you can remember?
No, usually when it gets that late, usually our phones, usually they don't ring. I mean, it's right late at night.
Our phones usually don't ring.
What have you all found out? You all found the car. I mean, what can you tell me?
Well, really all we know is that the car was out at the Bluegrass right around the 14-mile marker.
How far is that?
Tire. Well, the New Haven Road exit is the 21. The Boston exit is the 12, I think. So it's, between New Haven and Boston. New Haven Road and Boston exit on the BG going toward E-Town. That's why I asked if maybe she knew somebody in E-Town or something. We visually inspected the vehicle. I didn't want to mess with it too much for if we need to get a forensics team in there to come on the top of it, to verify any foreign fingerprints or DNA or anything like that. But everything looked to be okay with it, other than the keys are in the ignition. We checked the trunk. There's a little red wagon in there and a small cooler with some high C drinks with some water that's presumably melted ice. Nothing that appeared to be out of the way. It doesn't look like she attempted to change the tire on the vehicle. None of her family reports her calling to ask for assistance.
Right, which is weird. If that was her.
She's got AAA. Okay. Well, and her phone and her purse were in the car. That's a little unusual. Why most women would not leave their purses, but most women also wouldn't leave in the middle of the night and leave their child. Just leave their child and go without telling someone where they were going. So, I don't know. You tell me, you know her better than I do. I mean, it sounds like it's erratic behavior.
It's not her. It is not her at all.
Was it when you got up the next morning, did anything in the house look out of place?
No, it looked normal. There was nothing. I didn't notice anything missing. There wasn't anything missing. It's perfectly normal. Any other day.
So obviously no one struggled with her at your house to get her out of the house and into her car. And,
No.
I have to believe at this point, without any further information, that she left of her own free will, and she left in her vehicle, and she got on the Bluegrass Parkway going toward E-Town. That's as much as I know. Why she did that, I don't know. When she did it, I don't know. We know that somebody saw the vehicle on the parkway about 11:30 Saturday morning. So I gotta assume it was sometime between you all getting home, 11:30ish that night, and early the next morning.
Okay, coat 1 done.
You got up early, so sorry, it's a really long day. You got up early that morning, roughly 7 o'clock or so, Saturday morning, and she wasn't there. So I assume she left before you got out of bed, so sometime between 11:30 that night and 7 o'clock that morning, she left and she got a flat tire on the Bluegrass Parkway. What happened to her after that, we don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out.
It does not seem distraught at all.
She's not somebody that would have tried to change that tire herself.
Yeah. Well, nobody had. There was no evidence that anybody tried to change the tire.
She wouldn't have done that.
Just saying, I would have so many questions.
So I don't know. I don't know if she stopped along the, obviously she stopped because of the flat tire. I don't know if someone stopped and offered her a ride and she got in with them, or I don't know. Does she carry a weapon? She
She's
defending herself?
She fights you tooth and nail. She does not know. She does not like guns at all.
No knives, no pepper spray, no tasers, nothing like that.
I think anybody trying to handle her would trying to force her to do something. I think they're going to have their hands full.
Was she the type to take a ride from a stranger?
I think it's possible, yes. If she was distressed and by herself and had a flat tire, if somebody was courteous, she'd be very cautious and very standoffish. But yes, I believe she would, I believe her nature would let her do it. I don't know that for certain, but speaking from her makeup, I feel like it's possible.
What do you think would get her out of the house in the middle of the night to go somewhere?
Good question.
Short of a family member calling and being in trouble, because we talked to, obviously we have, a lot of people out front that are close to her and kin to her. None of them report getting any phone calls from her Friday night or Saturday morning. What would get her out of the house?
I do not know.
Obviously, there's concerns on the part of her family about your all's rocky relationship.
And I understand that.
I mean, you're going to be the first suspect, obviously, if something has happened to her. In their minds, because you're her boyfriend and you all live together. and
Because
had issues in the
statistically,
past,
most likely you.
Their first inclination is going to be
Not always, but
to point the finger at you. Don't take offense to that. It happens every time. That's not really, it's not really surprising that they would not. I mean, every time I work a case where something is like that, it always ends up to the spouse or the parent born, and particularly if they've had a rocky relationship, which it appears you all have had somewhat of, not consistently one, but obviously there's been some times of some trouble and some disagreement. So they have some concerns about whether or not you did something to her. At this point, I don't have anything that leads me to believe that you did, or we'd be having a different kind of conversation, Just keep your phone on, I may call you. If I have further questions, just try to get more information, or if I find something out, I can let you know. And then I'll certainly do that. Okay? All right. Very good. Thanks, sir. I appreciate it. As soon as I know something, you'll know something. Thank you.
so he still says next to nothing. But he sure does talk a lot more in his second one. He seems to have like excuses ready or interesting.
He talked about that
We'll probably watch that one too.
lawyer Eli was with Nick. Who's Nick?
That would be Nicholas Houck, his brother.
Okay, what was Nick? What did Nick do?
He was a city police officer with Bardstown.
Disgraced former
I'm gonna go ahead and
police
cover that real
officer.
quick. Okay. The defendant had stated to you that the little boy Eli was with Nick. Who's Nick?
That would be Nicholas Houck, his brother.
Okay, and what did Nick do for a living?
He worked for the Bardstown City Police Department at the time.
Okay, and was he living with anybody at the time?
He was living with Amber Bowman. We would find out later, yes.
Okay, and where did they live in the same neighborhood as the defendant?
At that time, they lived on the same street. They were in the process of moving.
Okay. And it's my understanding, based on that interview, that the defendant stated that Crystal ran his entire rental operation. Is that correct?
That was my understanding.
She handled collecting payments,
$500
doing leases,
a month.
showing properties, and advertising properties, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so she was the sole caretaker of that.
that was my understanding.
Okay. And you had asked the defendant, this was on Saturday evening, correct? Or Sunday evening?
Sunday evening.
Sunday evening. And you had asked him which way he come home a little bit after, or sometime around midnight on the 4th, is that correct?
Yes, on the 4th, correct.
Late the 3rd, early the 4th, and this is on the evening of the 5th, is that correct?
Yes,
And it's my understanding, based on the interview, he did not know which way he come home, is that correct?
he was not certain, that's correct.
Okay. And at this point, other than his statement, other than the defendant's statement, did you have anything, I know this is early on in the investigation, did you have anything that would verify she ever come home?
No,
And I understand, and we heard during the openings that he said that she usually played on her cell phone, and that's what he said in this interview, correct?
that's correct.
That she usually played games on the phone, correct?
In this interview, yes.
Okay. And he also said that Eli wouldn't go to bed if anybody was up. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did the defendant give you any indication that Crystal ever come to bed?
no,
But he woke up and Eli was in the bed?
correct.
Now, in that interview, and we just listened to it, was there any mention, he said they didn't get calls late at night, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And less than 36 hours earlier, did you verify that he received a call after midnight?
I would verify that later that he, by his phone records, that he received a phone call shortly after midnight on the 4th, yes.
Okay. And did he bring that phone call up in his statement to you?
No,
Okay. And who was this phone call from?
it would have been from Stephen Lawson.
And it's also my understanding, based on an interview, that the defendant's statement is that it was Crystal Rogers' idea to go to the farm. Is that correct?
Look at you doing math.
Now, after that interview, did you have a chance to talk to Sherry and Kyle?
I did.
Okay. And did you learn that Kylie did leave with her grandmother?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get a time on that when she left?
Initially, they were a little bit off on their time because they obviously weren't looking at it at the time, but they had said that they had left.
You may.
Oops, sidebar. That judge's chair looks amazing. I know that's not his normal chair because it's in a different county, but it's a good looking chair. It was comfy.
Judge, I'm sorry, we let some of it go, but we're going to object to I'm sorry, we're going to object to the hearsay.
Just she says she didn't know what time she left. That's why I was just trying to put it on there what time she said she left.
Okay, are you saying when Callie testified she didn't know what time
She did not know what time she left. And she had previously told Detective Stone that she had left, what time she had left.
I guess you probably should have
I
asked
know, I
Callie
probably
that.
should have. I'm just thinking about that. They're right. I'm not going to argue with
Sustain the objection.
Doesn't sound like they then tell, like, saying out loud or anything.
Were you able to get any surveillance footage of Kylie's grandma leaving?
Yes, I believe she was caught on the
that is what
Circle
happened,
K
yes.
video, I believe.
Okay, do you know what time about that was?
I want to say, I don't know exactly, but it was after 7:30 when she was leaving out, closer to 8 o'clock, I think.
Was it daylight?
Yes.
Okay, so it was still daylight? And that would have been leaving, the Circle K is close to where the defendant, that would have been leaving the defendant's residence there.
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you all receive any calls that evening from a Stacy Cranmer?
I got a note on my desk that I wrote where I had taken a voicemail message from Stacy with a phone number attached to it. That's correct.
We heard about her from Steve Lawson's trial. I think she works with Brooks. Yeah, she's the one that worked with him and overheard. He was Steve was in the truck with Brooks a lot.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit number 14 has been showed to the defense counsel. And could you take a look at this?
Sure. Yeah, it's a photocopy of a sticky note from, it says Cash Express on it, which was just sticky notepads that we had. It's dated 7/5 at 6:43 p.m. and has a 270-312-3726 phone number. It says Stacy with a question mark.
Are you aware who that number belongs to?
I became aware that it belonged to Stacy Cranmer. At the time, I think I just had the first name on the voicemail.
Judge, we would move to introduce Exhibit number 14.
The objection 14.
Oh, sorry.
Exhibit 14 is introduced at this time.
And this lady, is a female, right?
Yes.
Called in the same evening that Crystal was reported missing, correct?
That would be the date. Yes, sir.
Now, let's move on to the next day, July 6th.
Okay.
Did you go into the office on July 6th?
I went in early that morning.
Okay, and were you able to inspect Crystal's cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, and could you tell me what state it was in?
It was still off. When I tried to power it on, it would not power on, so I had to plug it in.
Is that the first time you had attempted to power it on?
Yes.
And it was off when you found it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, and you previously testified there was a cell phone charger in the car?
Yes.
Okay, and the only mechanical malfunction that you're aware of with the car was a flat tire, is that correct?
As far as I know, yes.
At some point, did you go through the contents of her purse?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and let me show this to defense counsel.
Oh, I hate when you have wet nails and all of a sudden different parts of your body's itchy that were never itchy at all during today until like now. It's the worst. Strunkle.
And I'm going to show you what I've marked as Commonwealth's 15, 16, and 7.
How's the weather here? It's pretty hot. It's very humid. We've gotten lots of storms the last couple of days. I think we're supposed to get some more. But yeah, it's humid.
These would be the photographs that I took of the contents of her purse.
Okay. And do they fairly and accurately represent, were they actual photos you took?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what are those photos of?
There was a group of receipts that I found in there. I photographed those twice. Once kind of by themselves, and then
That's
once
like
with
a bear.
some other items.
Go outside.
Kentucky ID, some type of I think it's an EBT card maybe, and then another, some type of credit card, some Kings Island coupons.
Oh, Kings Island. That's Ohio.
A couple other miscellaneous things in there.
Was there any
coins?
Was there any money in the purse?
Just a couple of dollars and some coins. Nothing.
Judge, I would move to introduce 15, 16, and 17.
The objection.
Actually, they're probably the same distance to Kings Island as it is for
Now,
me.
based on those receipts, were you able to confirm anything?
So when we started going through the receipts, I noticed that there was a Walmart receipt for the afternoon of the 3rd
Of course there
And we
was.
were able to go back to Walmart and pull video from there, from the time that she was there, given the time on the receipt.
Okay, and what was the time on the receipt? Do you remember?
I don't remember the exact
Okay.
time.
Okay, and
I
did you all
think it was
pull,
around 4:30 when she checked out, I believe.
and did you all pull video or get video from Walmart?
We did.
Okay.
Oh, did they? Kings Island's the amusement park I went to a lot more. I think I've only been to Cedar Point like once.
Exhibit number 18.
It's much further away.
And you've previously reviewed that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's not the entire video, but the video that you reviewed is actually the video you pulled.
Yes, it appeared to be the video from Walmart.
The Beast is my favorite.
Okay,
Right,
that would have
Kings
been from
Island.
July 3rd?
Right.
Okay.
I will
Judge,
write it
I'm
over and
moving
over and
to
over
introduce
again.
exhibit number 18.
Any objection?
And Judge, can we please publish that? It's not long, it's just a few seconds.
Okay. I'll show you it's been introduced at this time as 18.
So you're not vibrating. You love Kings Island? Haven't been there in years? Yes, girl, yes, please, yes. Last time I was there, I want to say it was 3 years ago for my son's birthday. Probably 2 years ago. And it was a wonderful day. It was not packed at all. Like we didn't have to wait. We only had to wait for the Orion for like 30 minutes. But I am not a fan of these new roller coasters because all they do is give you like this piece of plastic to put over your lap. They're supposed to hold on to, but no harness. And I'm like, I do not like this. I do not like this. But the Beast is my favorite because it's all through the woods. It's like the oldest wooden roller coaster, and it's gorgeous. I love it. It's my favorite. Oh, the racers, girl. I am too old to ride the racer. And they don't go backward. One of them doesn't go backwards anymore. Did you know that? Which is stupid. But also, I'm too old for that ride. It hurt. I had a big bruise on my
That's the,
arm
camera
from
angle
riding
from
it.
the parking lot at the Walmart.
Oh, I've never seen this footage before.
Did you see Crystal?
Yeah, they're walking from their vehicle where they parked, and then that's the entrance camera. That's Crystal. The two children in Eli, the other two children in Eli. And I think that's them checking in.
I did like their newest ride, the
There were
Banshee. Well, that's not the
there were
newest, but
several
I
other
like Banshee a
camera
lot.
angles that
Is
just
that
kind of
a
follow
long
them through the
right
store. Right, exiting. About 20.
Did it give you a time for that?
I guess at about 4:39 p.m.
Oh, it's probably the one up in
All right.
Cedar
Now,
Point.
were you also
It used to be
looking
called
for
the
other
Top Thrill
video?
Jackster, but I think they have something different
Yes,
for it now.
we
It's probably
just
that one.
dispatched several guys from our agency. Bardstown Police Department helped, and we just went to any local businesses that we could find that were in the vicinity between their house and the farm to try to get video, because oftentimes that video, if you don't preserve it immediately, it records over itself, and we didn't want to lose anything, so we immediately started collecting that, or trying to collect that.
Okay, and were you trying to confirm the defendant's story?
That's correct.
Okay. And during that day, did you do a consent search on the defendant's truck?
It's
as
all
well as
right.
his house?
Yes, Sergeant Allison and myself did.
Okay, and did you all gain anything of any evidentiary value out of that?
No.
And did you all canvass the neighborhood?
We spoke to several neighbors, yes, left cards in several homes that where there wasn't anybody home.
Okay, and were you able to verify, what was the earliest time you were able to verify that the car was not at the residence?
Yeah, we would later find out from one of the neighbors that she was aware that around 6:30 a.m. the car was already gone.
Okay. And at this point, we heard your interview with the defendant. You told him he was a suspect, correct?
Well, actually, what I told him is that the family would suspect him, and that was pretty typical.
Right. I'm sorry. But you're just interviewing him, correct?
That's correct.
Did anything seem out of the normal as it relates to the defendant at that point?
Not particularly. I didn't. It was a little bit unusual that he hadn't reported her missing, having woken up and not found her there and not been able to get a hold of her. But other than that, his statement seemed pretty mundane.
Okay. It's the first time you interviewed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you all go out to the farm that day? Pascal Valley Road?
On the 6th?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you all do anything out there?
I went out with the intentions of talking to the residents there, but they were not home.
Okay. And were you all able to talk to Keith Rogers, Crystal's husband?
I did speak to Keith Rogers as well, yes.
Okay. And were you able to verify that Trenton and Tori was there?
Yes, he verified that, excuse me, that Crystal dropped Trenton and Tori off to him after their trip to Walmart.
Okay. Now on the 6th, did you all receive any type of tip? I mean, I imagine you received more than one tip. Was there one? Go through the tips. How many tips did you do?
Well, at this point, it was still pretty early, so there wasn't a ton of them. There would be later, literally more than 1,000 of them, I believe. On that particular day, an individual that was known to me named Kevin Terrell came in with the tip. He used to be the supervisor at the State Highway Garage. That's how I knew him.
You consider him to be a credible person?
Yes.
Okay. And what Mr. Terrell's tip was what?
We're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. He's getting ready to say that the tip was not good. It was false. The tip was no. It was false. It was a false tip, not an intentional false tip. It was just not a tip. It was.
At least I can understand why we're putting it in as a false tip.
Well, and I'll get to it. It is relevant. Go ahead. Okay. I thought Trey was poking me for some reason.
They're going to discuss this tip.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, Judge. He and the defendant are going to discuss this tip later on, and it's going to become relevant. He's going to inform them about the tip. There's going to be further discussions. We'll be playing those on the clips that we play in the statements.
Help me out. What is the tip?
The tip is that he and his wife talked to Crystal on Sunday out on the bridge. That's it.
That's it. And then there's follow-up on the tip, and there's discussions about it.
With Brooks about it.
I'll explain to the jury that it's hearsay and they're not to consider the truth of the matter asserted, or they're to consider whatever the officer did after that as far as
And just give me some background on when he talks to Brooks about it, because he's going to talk to Brooks about the tip.
Right now, I'm just going to tell him it's hearsay. It's not to
Yes,
consider
sir.
the truth
I
of the matter.
appreciate it.
It can be considered for why he did whatever he did thereafter.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the next answer, I believe, to this question is going to be a hearsay statement. You are not to
It's muted the
consider
whole
it
time.
for the truth of the matter asserted, but you can only consider it for the reasons why the officer may have done something after receiving this tip, okay?
Okay. So you received this tip from Mr. Terrell,
Correct.
And what was the tip?
He came in and he said that he and his wife were driving down 49, and he believed that he had encountered Miss Rogers next to a vehicle. Can't remember if he said it had a flat or if it was broke down. But at any rate, stranded individual that matched Miss Rogers' description near Avon Fogle Bridge on Highway 49.
Okay. All right.
And I think he said it was about around 1 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, between 1 and 2, that he encountered this female.
Okay. And did you all have a chance that day? Did you all process Miss Rogers' vehicle?
So Sheriff Mattingly requested Bardstown Police Department's forensic person to assist us with processing her vehicle. We also requested the Kentucky State Police to send someone from APHIS to check the vehicle for fingerprints.
Okay. And the individual who processed the vehicle, who was that?
Her name was Katie Hartman.
Okay. Do you know Miss Hartman's background?
I believe she retired from Louisville Metro Police Department as an evidence technician and came to work. I think she was part-time for Bardstown Police Department. I'm not certain about that.
We talk
And
about
were
it
you
in the
there when the
courtyard all the
vehicle was
time.
processed?
We watch the live
I
feeds
was
and
there for the
everything.
beginning of it. Yes, I didn't stay the whole time.
Okay. Are you aware that they swab it for DNA and did hair tapings?
Yes, her report indicates that she swabbed it for DNA in several locations, did tape lifts, collected some hairs, some chewing gum, some other things from the vehicle.
Okay. And are you aware, did Brooks Houck ever drive the vehicle?
I believe he told me that he did drive it on occasion.
Okay. And did you all submit that evidence to the Kentucky State Police Laboratory?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God,
And
Dave, we talk about it like all the time in
did you all
Discord.
gain any helpful information from that lab that was submitted to, from the evidence that was submitted to the lab?
Not specifically, no. There was some exclusionary stuff for her based on the DNA profile from her parents, but nothing that provided any evidence as to who may or may not have been driving the vehicle at the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, we've been going, I guess, over an hour again, so we're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute break. The same admonitions are in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with you. If anybody attempts to discuss this case with you, I need for you to immediately report that to me. You're not the kind to make up your mind about the case until you received all the evidence, the instructions from the court, and not the jury to consider what the fellow jurors have to say about the case. We'll take a 15-minute break. You may go with the table. Frank, you can do that. Thank you. Make sure you get that off.
I just want to kind of.
That's one thing I don't like about this court. It says he's darn
I don't like him either.
I'll finish him today, but I'll probably run us all the way to the end. I'm just going to be honest with you. 'Cause we got another long video I got to play.
You got what?
Another long video that's of the defendant's interview and just a couple of short things, but it'll probably take just to let you know scheduling wise and let them know.
You think we'd probably finish around 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll move.
Recross in the morning then.
That's fine.
Yep.
That's fine.
Let's knock it out.
Thank you, guys. Okay, Frank.
We watch the live feeds and we watch the shows too, though I missed last night's because I was busy doing other things. I love that. We did a fantasy league and everything. I would have loved to do a Big Brother show, but like you've been watching that house is crazy. They're also crazy. And I love it because I'm Team Chaos always. Me too, Juju. Me too. That's one I really, really hope they get answers for as well.
Have returned to the courtroom. Counsel waived the call.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, Detective. We're on July 7th. We're talking about July 7th. Did you all have an occasion to go out to the farm and do a search out of the farm?
That's correct.
All right. And is that the one at Pascal Ballard Road?
Pascal Lane, I believe it's called.
I'm sorry, Pascal Ballard Lane. That's where Miss Rosemary Houck lives and where the defendant stated they went the evening of July 3rd. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what all did you all search while you were out there?
We tried our best to cover the whole farm, but it's a pretty good sized farm. Specifically, we had some interest of a burn pile, a barn that's on the property. I believe we did what we might call it like a cursory search of the residence.
Okay. And was there a large burn pile out there?
There was.
Okay. And what was it mainly consist of? The burn pile?
It seemed to me that it mostly was construction debris that had been put there to burn.
Okay. And were you all able to locate anything?
We were not.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's marked as almost 19, 20, and 21, and previously been shown to the defense counsel. And I want you to take a look at those for me. You take a look. And are those of the burn pile you all searched?
That's correct.
Okay. And what were y'all looking for when you're searching?
Well, just evidence that perhaps something had been disposed of there. That maybe something had been burnt there that might be of interest to the case we were working on, the missing persons.
Okay, and now we're on to July 7th, 2 days after she's reported missing, correct?
Yes.
And have you all been able to verify at this point that she's returned home?
No.
Okay, Judge, I moved, these fairly accurately represent the pictures you all took.
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I moved to introduce Commonwealth 19 through 21.
Any objection to 19 through 21? Show that's introduced at this time may be published to the jury.
I will say that Kelly on Big Brother, I do kind of feel like I'm going to be covering a trial of hers in the future.
Now, at this point, are you all receiving?
She is.
Oh, yes.
Okay, describe the tips.
Serial killer
They
Kelly.
ranged
That's what
anywhere
everybody calls her.
from we spotted her at a Waffle House in Rhode Island to she's working at a nursing home in another state. Various tips about the vehicle being on the parkway at different times. Some of them were psychics calling in, wanting to give information.
And
Just lots of different stuff.
Is it still you and Detective Comiskey working?
For the most part, we had other agencies, but on the tip side of things, it was mostly Detective Kaminsky did most of the follow up on the tips, as well as Sergeant Allison did help him some with that.
And the defendant stated they had went out to the farm that night. Is that correct? The 3rd.
Yes.
All right. And are you aware of what the weather was that evening?
It was raining.
Okay. And were you able to collect video from around different areas in the Bardstown, Nelson County area that showed what the weather was that evening?
We got video from multiple different sites, from his residence all the way to the farm. And yes, in all of them, you can see what the weather pattern's looking like during the evening hours when they went there.
So it was raining, but like, how much was it raining? I feel like we're in Canton again. It was dark and snowy. It was a blizzard.
And you gathered some video that showed this rain, correct?
Yes.
And did you have a chance this is several different locations, correct?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review this?
Yes.
And does it fairly and accurately represent that?
It does.
And Judge, I'm going to mark this as Commonwealth Exhibit number 22 and ask that be admitted.
Any objection to 22? No. Show that's introduced at this time.
And we would also ask to publish it to the jury.
May be published to the jury.
And Detective, while this is playing, if you can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where these locations are.
Yes, I believe that's Brights Electric on 62. That would be the dog park on Highway 49.
Yeah, stop right there.
Oh, it's raining. Look up there in
Could
the
you note
corner.
the time for me?
It says it's 7:58 and 31 seconds.
Okay. Was that video off any? I know there were some that were 2 or 3.
There were several that were off by a few minutes. I believe that one was a little bit ahead of it.
Okay.
You know,
Would it have been around that general time?
It would have been around, I believe, when they were passing through there. If my memory serves me, the camera at the farm would have put them getting there about 20 after 7. So that one's probably 10 or 15 minutes off, I think.
Okay. But it's still that evening on July 3rd. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, Teresa, you can go play.
Yeah, see all that rain. I think I pointed that way.
Was that an individual walking with an umbrella?
Yes. That's the dog park as well, later on that evening.
So it's 2100. It's military time.
Oh, that's a lot of rain.
And did you tell ladies and gentlemen, jury, just if you're not familiar what 2100 is?
2100 would be after 9 o'clock.
Okay. And where is that?
That's the Circle K, just up from Glenview Drive.
Okay. So the video you pulled, was it consistently raining that evening?
Yes.
Now, you also pulled video. Were you able to confirm the defendant's departure time and arrival time, meaning when he left Glenview, his house, on the 3rd, and when he arrived back?
Not specifically from the home, but there was the Circle K camera, and the camera at the church is very close to the street that he lives on. So we were able to get a pretty good approximation about what time he left and what time they got back.
Would it have been within minutes?
Yes.
Okay. And
Not so much that
did
the
you
farm
all-
was
you
a
all
mud
correct?
pit, but like the
That's
story
correct.
of them walking around the farm, feeding the cows, and just being outside the whole time. It doesn't. No one would be doing that at that time. So I think that's the whole point of why it was raining. Because Brooks says they're outside the whole time dealing with the cows and feeding them. And why would you have a 2.5-year-old out there in all that rain? I would think you wouldn't. It's a lot of rain. I don't know if you can track a cat in that rain, but no, they don't end up. No.
You've reviewed, this is a thumb drive of surveillance you have, is that correct?
It is a partial. So, yes, partial.
You took the clips with actually the defendant's vehicle in it.
Correct.
Okay, you got a lot longer time.
We have a lot more.
Okay, but this is the time, these are the times where you observed the defendant's vehicle. Is that
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and does it fairly and accurately represent what you collected?
It does.
Okay, Judge, I'd move to introduce the evidence upon what's exhibit number 23.
Any objection to 23? Yeah, sure, it's introduced at this.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I mean, if they were planning this for so long, why
And John,
is
I want
it
you to get up,
the
you can
story
talk
sucks?
and kind of tell ladies and gentlemen, the jury.
What
I
happened?
think
It's
the first
unbelievable.
one we're going to look at. I think the first one. I think the first one we're going to look at is going to be July 3rd. This is.
You would not track a cat. Oh, well, do we even know the weather if we don't have an animal reference, though?
Okay, stop real quick. Okay, in that, can you tell me what time that is?
That looks like 1609 would be just after 4 o'clock.
Okay, and this is the dog park camera?
Correct.
Okay, and you said it was about 10 to 15 minutes off.
I don't remember exactly, but it seems to be off a little bit with the camera that was at the corner of Pascal Valley.
And what day was this?
That would be the July the 3rd.
Okay, and do you see the defendant's vehicle in there?
I do. This truck's pretty recognizable. It's there just past that black car that's parked there.
It's a big work truck.
Correct.
Okay. And would this road they're on, which roads are, what are they on?
There.
That's Kentucky 49.
Okay, and is this a road that
Underneath the 16.
you would take to go to the Pascal Ballard Lane?
Yes, it is one way to get there, yes.
Okay. And did the defendant indicate to you any time when you interviewed him on July 5th that he had been to the farm earlier that day?
Earlier on the day of the 3rd, no.
Yes. Okay. And was there any other video? Did we collect video from later that evening?
Yes,
Okay. When they left and when they come back?
correct.
Okay.
So this is the church, just outside of their subdivision. You can see his truck entering view just to the left of the TV. It just catches a little bit there, and then it'll show back up here. There it goes there.
Is this me going to the farm?
Yes.
Oh, I was looking
can't
at the
read
wrong
the time
corner,
on
I
there.
think. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't either.
I can't even see it.
But was it that evening?
Yes.
Okay, and what time is that?
That one is says 1714, so it's a little after 7 o'clock.
1914.
Or 1914, sorry, yes.
Okay.
That would have been A1 storage. This is the Circle K at Woodlawn Road and Winfield Road. That's the dog park again.
Okay, stop. All right, is that the road that we saw, the same road we saw the defendant going out of at 4 o'clock?
Yes,
Okay, and this is them going the direction towards the farm.
toward the farm. That's correct.
Okay.
This is a restaurant right next to the dog park. It's a little different angle. And that would be Heaven Hill Distillery's camera.
Oh, that's from the place that they
And
did
this is the
release some
camera at
video.
Lawrence Ballard's house. It's the corner of Pascal Ballard and Kentucky 46.
Okay. And is that, it's at the corner of 46 and Pascal Ballard?
That's correct. His residence is, the camera is not. The camera's on the back of the house, which faces Pascal Ballard.
Okay. And then would that be them going to the farm?
Correct.
Okay. So what the defendant told you about timing wise, about going out to the farm, was that accurate?
Reasonably, yes.
Okay.
Yes. You can track a Brooks in this rain.
Now, did you all pull surveillance? You said you got surveillance. That was Lawrence Ballard's camera. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is Lawrence Ballard in any way related to you?
He is Rosemary's brother. That would be Brooks's uncle.
Okay. And
his last name is Ballard.
Did you all?
Okay.
Hang on one second. So you all were also able to obtain video of him going back home that night, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did it show him going home at the times he told you?
With some difference, obviously, he was off by a little bit, but as he said, he wasn't really looking at his watch. There were some exclusions of cameras that didn't really see at night, but we got the same cameras essentially minus a couple of them going back the direction.
It's like that everywhere.
Okay. And do you remember about what time the truck left the farm?
I believe it was just before midnight.
Okay. And did you all also obtain video that showed him going home?
Yes, going the route to home, yes.
Okay. All right. And then is that on the same? Okay. It's on the same video. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that video?
I'm just going on the record to say, Lauren from Big Brother, you are the worst. Oh.
So a little harder to see there, but that's the Pascal Ballard video going out.
And that was Lawrence. It showed 0004. And that shows 0007.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, so that'd be after midnight?
Yes.
Okay, shortly after midnight. And did you have any other video showing him on his way home?
Yeah, it follows right along the same track. This is going to be the restaurant video there.
Serial killer Kelly's going to go after her.
Park, and this would be Circle K.
She deserves it.
Going back the opposite direction. And that's A1 storage. And that's going to be the church that's reasonably close to the intersection of their street.
Okay. So the defendant's story at this point, so far, he's been.
How do they know this is his truck?
Okay.
You can't even make it out. I don't even see a truck. I just see headlights.
I think this is a good place to stop because the next thing I got is an hour and a half video. Or hour.
I think it's a good place to stop too, prosecutor. No, wait, yes, there's Shane.
Sure, whatever the court wants to do.
I'd like to go to 9 and I to keep on moving, but I don't know if the defendant over there can tolerate that in the jury. So if everybody's fine with that.
Joey is doing surprisingly well. Joey's doing surprisingly well, so no issues.
We'll go ahead and call it a day then, and we'll be back tomorrow morning at 8:30. So we'll for everybody.
Yes, as well.
Yeah, we did. Yes.
We're making decent progress overall.
We are. I'm gonna cut out some stuff on the cover with him that is probably it's not that big of a deal. So I'll be able to finish relatively quickly in the morning after the video.
Well, I'll tell the jury be back tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Right there about it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Frank?
It's just,
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the next video is a lengthy video that's going to go on for about an hour
Are they not
and a
gonna
half.
fix
So
the-
we're going to go ahead and call it a day at this point. So we'll come back tomorrow to do that. So we're not stuck here late today. Once you remember those same admonitions, I bet before this is over, you all be able to say it back to me. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with you. If anybody tries to talk to you about this case, make sure you immediately report that to me. You're not about to make up your mind about this case until you've heard all the evidence. You've received the instructions from the court. You've gone to the jury room to consider what your fellow jurors have to say about the case. Again, you cannot do any research. The news comes on tonight. Just wait till the weather comes on, okay? So don't watch any reports about this or read anything online or on the newspaper. If you all have any questions, we'll start back at 8:30. So be back in the room tomorrow at 8:30.
I hope you all took notes because I'm going to quiz you guys by the end of this to see if any of you have that memorized. Okay, you guys. So that wraps up day 1 of the Houck Lawson trial. Opening statements, interesting. I will say I was interested in some of the stuff the defense had to say. We'll see what the experts they bring in, because they do actually put on a few experts. One specifically about coerced confessions, which some people may disagree, but from the ones we've saw, it seemed pretty coerced to be. Not with Brooks specifically. I was referring to Stevens, but we'll see. I was really excited to see this interview that we've never seen before. I imagine the one that we're going to watch tomorrow is probably Brooks's July 8th, which we'd already watched during the coverage. But now that everybody watched all my stuff, we all know more than we knew when we first watched that. So I am curious to watch it again and compare it to the July 5th interview that we heard today that we'd never heard before. So I'm very excited about that. Juju Bean says, random but relevant. Lori Denbell gives a new meaning to idiocy with her speech. Right? Oh, that was something on Friday, wasn't it? Yeah, he really did set himself in the first interview. And see, that's the thing too, right? Is I feel like, well, I think this was all done for custody reasons, right? That's what it seems to be the motive for me. He already knows how it works because she has all these other kids with other fathers, and he's probably seen how that all goes. And he's like, I don't really want to deal with that, and I just want to get her out of my life. But why would they make it so she just goes completely missing, and then having, the story that doesn't even seem the slightest bit reasonable? I don't know. We'll see. I'm very excited to see how this plays out and what all information comes out about it. Because again, it's been 10 years. So we'll see. We'll see if they have enough to convict them for this. I know it was so nice to see everyone again today. Well, don't worry. You get me every morning at 10 o'clock for the next 2.5 weeks. So that's where I will be tomorrow. I'm going to get off of here for the day. I thought court was very interesting. By the way, the quality this afternoon, we will not have that issue for the rest of the week because we will not be using WHAS 11. But they're the only ones for some reason that had the second half of the day. We'll be back with much better quality, like the first half of the day. So we don't have to do that. Yeah, he's no John List, that's for sure. Speaking of, Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll be covering the John List case over on True Crime and Wine Time. We record the podcast live here, and then it gets put on all of the platforms where you listen to podcasts. So that's what the theme for this Thursday. I'm very excited about that. And yeah, so I'll be back tomorrow. 10 a.m. Eastern. And I think we'll be here for like 5 hours or give or take some. I don't remember exactly, but I'm so excited to hang out with you guys again. Thank you all for being here. And if you love Big Brother, because that's what we were just talking about the last 15 minutes, because some Big Brother news came in. And if you love that, join our Discord, the Courtyard, where we do all sorts of true crime stuff. But we also have a Big Brother channel on there, which is really where we spend all of our time talking every day for the last 3 weeks, because it's crazy. But anyway, you guys, thank you so much for being here with me today. I will see you all tomorrow. And until then, go forth and be amazing. Bye, guys.